which is not a high bar. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, April 28th at 4:14 p.m. We had some technical difficulties. No fun. You didn't miss any fun. Let's see. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. In addition, we note building with Nantucket in mind, 1992, and building with Wisconsin in mind, Wisconsin Trust, with assistance from the Wisconsin Trust that was provided, are wonderful assets that we expect and encourage you all to utilize to make your review much smoother. The HDC takes comments from the public through HDC public comment at nantucket-ma.gov. The comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. All said, can I get a motion to approve the agenda subject to a change?
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to, I propose moving item number 30 off of new business at 428, which is Land Bank 41 Jefferson, to the beginning of the new business agenda on 4/7.
Okay.
Modification.
Thank you. I want to point out that for the purposes of the agenda, it will be, we'll go alphabetical. Carrie, can you sit on that? And then just approving the agenda and relocating that one. It's a land bank project.
Yes, I have one on that list. Does that matter?
No, this is just to approve the agenda, and part of approving the agenda is relocating one item represented by SMRT, and the applicant is the land bank.
Yes.
Okay. So on the motion to approve the agenda, subject to the relocation, Ray.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Okay. There we go. Now we will address consents. Does anyone need to recuse from consents?
Do.
I do too.
Val, Ray, Carrie. Well, it leaves, and Joe, you're good?
Yes, I'm good.
Joe, me, and Angus. Okay, guys, we can do this one of two ways. We can do this the easy way. We have 3 members. We can vote, or we can finagle around so we have 5 members on them. What's your pleasure?
I could go ahead and make a motion to approve consents.
Excellent. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I just want to do a really quick double check. I'm an aye too. Okay, thank you. Those carry. Now consent with conditions, recusals.
I'm good. It's just these 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay. It'll be Joe. And do we have a motion?
Motion
to approve. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay, Joe. Joe, on your motion.
Yeah, aye.
Okay. Ray.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That brings us to signs. Oh, look at that. 2 pages gone. Can I get a,
Before you do that, you need to ratify the HDC meeting schedule, because I added the sign council's meeting weekly from,
yes,
yeah,
right there in highlighting that we discussed.
yeah,
Thank you. Can I get a motion to ratify the HDC meeting schedule, in particular, the 5/12/26, 8/11/26 schedule, in order to reflect the sign advisory council weekly summer meeting schedule starting March 28th.
Leave Angus moved that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's do the same as the last group. Angus,
Aye.
Val,
aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Now we're going to stay the same board. Do we have any conflicts on signs?
Mm,
Or I should say any recusals?
Mm.
Okay. Can I get a motion to accept the sign committee's recommendations?
So,
On your motion,
aye.
Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Excellent. That moves us on to commissioner discussion of annual town meeting, citizen article 72, changing the quantum of votes for demo permits as an HDC rule. So I'm going to introduce this since I asked to have it put on. And this came up in another venue, which, in the CLG meeting. And at that meeting, I stated to the effect that the HDC would hopefully have an opportunity before town meeting to discuss the concept of adopting the intent of the article or some modification of it as an HDC rule. Town council has weighed in on the topic in general, which is what the result of which I will read without the references. Let's see. With respect to the article, in order to create a binding quantum of vote higher than a majority for matters to be taken up by the HDC, an amendment will be required to the enabling legislation. This standard is established by a long line of case law that establishes that in the absence of a statutory restriction, the general rule is that a majority of council or board is a quorum and a majority of the quorum can act. Which is to say that, for example, given, I'll paraphrase, statutory requirements for a planning board special permit may involve a 4 out of 5 vote. And let's see. GLC 40A, Section 9 requires approval of a special permit by 4/5 of the planning board. So unless there is a requirement statutorily, then it defaults to a simple majority. So that's where town council ruled on that, which I understand if the town follows form at town meetings, that information will be presented for town meeting voters to consider when they, if they debate and the result. So that I received that after I emailed to have this put on the agenda. It just, for whatever reason, that's when it came to me. It may have been, I didn't look at the dates. So I'm not going to pursue this discussion. I think there's a bigger picture discussion to be had having to do with demolitions. And as a facilitator of the meetings, I'd prefer to have a bigger discussion about demolitions than focus in on one aspect of it. It is on the agenda. We can discuss it. I just wanted to share with you, 1, the basis for putting on the agenda, 2, the update from town council, and 3, my update, given what I read from town council. Questions, comments, concerns? Angus?
So I don't think that town council's response to the question really applied. They talked about what our voting status is without any change, basically, but I don't think it really talks about the effect of the Article 72 on the board or how to ratify it or how to make it legally possible. But I think that legal mumbo jumbo aside, I think it's important for us as a board to express our opinion of the intent of Article 72.
Okay, right. I'm just going to take comments and then. I'll go.
Okay, I don't actually think it's legal mumbo jumbo. It's legal or illegal.
Yeah.
And a super majority is not something that I don't believe we've ever done. And I'm not sure that we can.
Mhm. Val, anything?
Nothing.
Joe, any comments? Carrie?
No.
Okay.
Not at this time, no.
So my position on your comments, Angus, are I think that as I stated initially, I think the commission should be discussing this topic. However, I think given the information we received, it should be discussed in a bigger context. Specifically with respect to our ability, what the legal opinion does not address is, because we didn't ask, because we weren't aware that this was a position, is that whether the HDC can make a rule and which is in contradiction to the established precedent. Does our statutory role and ability supersede general precedent? I don't know the answer to that, but as opposed to having a discussion about something I can't facilitate because I don't know the answer. I'm just going to take initial comments, but I don't see any utility in opening this up to discuss the article itself. That wasn't the role of putting it on the agenda. The role of putting on the agenda was, do we want to vote? Do we want to have a discussion to vote to change the number of votes in favor for demolition? And if so, then we would have a discussion about that. I, again, don't believe that we have clarity that we can actually do that now. So I'm not inclined to get into that discussion, right?
I was just going to sort of clarify your use of the word practice, I believe was the word you used. That was our practice.
We're good?
Precedent?
Precedent.
Precedent. Well, so, this board, and I really seriously don't want to belabor this because we're getting off to a late start. We got a room full of people. But I think that it goes beyond, practice. Like practice would be sort of, well, the board sort of decided over the years that having a 3-foot rebate for a dormer off of the gable end was a good practice. Now, every now and again, we, decide that that's not really applicable, or that we can, sort of sidestep that one. This has more, like way more tooth behind it than just like practice and precedent. It actually has, I believe, legal standing in terms of what constitutes a positive vote. A majority, a quorum is defined, the majority is the simple majority of the quorum. That's all laid out pretty specifically in the bylaw. You know what I mean? More than just like precedent.
Yeah, no, and thanks for making the connection. I'll just follow up on that real quickly. Yes, our act establishes what quantum of vote is required for an approval. What I was trying to determine was whether the HDC, as a body empowered to make its own rules and regulations, can modify that with respect to particular types of applications like a demolition. I don't believe we have that authority. We would also have to change the act it would have to list specifically, or for instance, a demolition permit, this is the vote. I would like to get clarification on that before we have a discussion, because if we can have a discussion about that, because in fact, we can make a change, then great. But if we can't, we're just spinning our wheels here. And as you pointed out, we're already starting late. Okay. So, and we were not going to be doing a vote on that in any event. Angus, did you want to comment?
Oh, I just thought we could sort of poll the members on their opinion of whether it would matter to them to have a 4/5 versus a 2/3 ends up being 4/5, but a 2/3 versus a simple majority.
Sure. I'm going to respond to that just because I think in a vacuum, that would be wonderful. But what we're talking about is in essence, the equivalent of a constitutional convention for the HDC. We would be opening without, I believe, appropriate material discussion, the concept of changing the Enabling Act on one topic and introducing that concept where I don't believe that's appropriate. So I wouldn't be entertaining that discussion this evening as the chair facilitating the meeting, because I think any type of a discussion along those lines needs to be well thought out discussion that has, anticipates at least one order of unintended consequences. Because when someone puts in an article to open up modifying the establishing act, that is potentially problematic in that there are others who would want to do the same. And if the HCC is involved in that, we have a duty to be much more prepared and well thought out in both our positions and the process. So, but I do appreciate your perspective. Okay, with that said, we're going to move on to Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Holly? Do you have anything? Well, first of all, does anyone have questions for Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to let you all know that today, well, this evening, you'll have me the entire meeting. The comments that were carried over from the 4-7 meeting, those were available at the last meeting as well as online right now. Due to school vacation, I wasn't able to provide comments on the applications that are before you under this meeting's agenda. So I will try to chime in if that's okay as needed within the OHD, if that's okay with the chair.
Yes, I think given the amount of applications we have and that no one had questions, I would say if questions come up, ask Holly, but let's not introduce revisiting each of these applications for staff comments that we've already received. That's number one. Number two, while we have you at the mic, you had mentioned airport schedule. This is a mattering of schedule. It's not on the agenda. We can discuss agenda items. We will notice and ratify it, but it's relevant to processing an application with respect to an airport addition and a public noticing requirements revolving around May 11th. Monday, was that one of the options? What was the email you sent me this afternoon?
They would like to be able to meet with the commission prior to May 12th. So before that,
May 11th, I think was one of the dates at between like 10 and
10 and 12.
Okay. Does anyone just as a, yeah?
So but it was time slots. It wasn't to post a meeting.
Yeah, no, this is a matter of scheduling we're discussing in
Right.
order to, because we won't have an opportunity to discuss it in advance
Mhm.
in a public
Right.
forum
I just want to make sure you knew it
Yeah.
wasn't a posted meeting. It was just you're choosing time slots.
in order to post the meeting.
It's all individual.
No, it's 2 members per time slot, so we don't have to post a meeting. That was the whole point.
Oh,
Oh, I thought we were going to post the meeting.
so clever.
Well, that way they can browbeat you. 2 at a time.
Thank you.
Okay, I think let's just do this. Let's get a sense of the membership of your availability. Holly, I think given work schedules, probably 11 to 1 would be more appropriate. And I can't imagine they'll push back. The concept here is that the airport is apparently a little bit behind on scheduling, and they have a airport commission meeting and they would like to get HCC preliminary feedback, as has occurred with such projects as our
Island home.
our Island Home and others, workforce housing.
Yeah.
So with all that said, is anyone have a concern with being able to tune in to Zoom? You're not required to, but it's beneficial. Monday, the 11th, between 11 and 1.
No. Meeting on.
Go ahead, check your schedule. Joe, Carrie.
This is Joe speaking. There's a chance I'd have a conflict because the previous day is Mother's Day and I might be traveling back from off island.
Okay, fair enough. And
I'm
so what I'm
available.
trying to, go ahead, Carrie.
I'm available.
Okay,
Yeah, it's good.
okay. I'm trying to basically ascertain whether there are enough people involved that it makes it worthwhile to pursue the exercise. Sounds like there is. if you would, post the appropriate emails to people, and Kathy, if you would be so kind as just to put this topic on our scheduling for ratification of the discussion at the next meeting. Okay, all that is out of the way. New business, 4/7/2026. I believe we have 41 Jefferson up for our revised agenda.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I have brought over Mark. He was there. What happened to him? Mark Rogers. I'm trying to promote you to panelist so you can screen share. Do you hear me, Mark?
It's funny.
All right. Hello. Sorry about that. Takes a minute to rejoin.
Hello there, Mark.
Hi,
Hello.
Mark.
Thank you all. We really appreciate the sort of urgency of this one, and I really appreciate your flexibility here hearing us tonight. But seeing as I know how much you have, I'm going to just share my screen and jump right into it, unless you have any specific questions.
Mark, I just want to point out, it's hard to get articulation. I don't know if you can move the mic a little closer. It might be your sound system.
It might be in my mouth if I try to move it closer, but I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
All right.
It's our,
Let me check the.
And Mark, if I may, help to facilitate it, it'd probably be most beneficial just to highlight a summary of what changes
Yes. Yep.
you're proposing, and then if we have questions, we can delve into them respectively.
Absolutely. So yeah, so the changes relate to the previously approved move off and demolition application at 41 Jefferson of Building 2, which is the large central structure on site. We had previously been approved to move Unit 1, 3, and 4 off site. Unit 2 was being demolished, and the storage unit was staying in place. Additionally, under separate applications, Building 3 and Building 1 were moving off site. And the changes are twofold, but the big one is that due to the coordination logistics of the over the road permitting, we're not able to move Unit 1, both single first level and second level, to its new location. So having to separate the two levels out, we are running into an issue where the first level framing, both the walls and floor framing, are basically made into Swiss cheese from all the structural shoring that's required to move the second story in the roof, and becoming unsound and sort of infeasible to move. So the change here is for additional demolition to include the first story of Unit 1. The other change is that we will be relocating the storage unit, but on site to a different location. So here's a sort of finished site plan. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but the location of the storage unit as is versus where it is proposed to go, sort of opposite, a little bit farther away from Jefferson Ave, and rotated so the garage doors face the street, and boardwalk sort of elements, Moby mat provided by Land Bank, as well as upgrading the parking area, extending the existing Belgian block pavers to the full extent to provide public parking for the proposed public access beach areas.
Anything else?
That's the 90-second version. Hopefully it made sense.
Okay, well, members are reviewing this because many of us, if not all of us,
Yes.
we had hoped we would get to it this evening. We did not anticipate it.
Totally understood. Yep.
So give us a minute on that, but while we're working on that, help me understand, this is a single application with these revisions, and the other applications, it's your intention, our expectation that those will each be modified accordingly, right?
The applications for the other building, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Well,
those
for
were
instance, for instance, Mark, the relocation of this structure was
Yes.
as a two-story structure.
Yeah, so that
would be
one,
modified.
yeah, so that one will have to be modified. That one was held for view anyway, so it wasn't approved, but we will be making those modifications and putting that back in once we have
And just
those.
Thanks. And just to refresh you guys, the two-story one was the one we had concerns about. We talked about buffer, we did a view and all the rest of it. Not suggesting on the merits of these, I just want to be clear. Questions? Joe, where are we in the rotation? I think it's Carrie. Actually, Carrie or Joe, Joe sat on it?
I reviewed this for consent, actually.
And I have not seen
Okay.
it, so.
Okay, so Joe, why don't you sit on this? And
Okay.
it'll be the members present. Ray?
As the person who designed this building in like 2009, I think, in the wake of the collapse of the banking industry, I'm totally fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, in fact, it's even better than the earlier proposal because the building is now lower. So I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, why don't I go to you? You had it on consent. What are your comments?
Yeah, well, I was the narrative that Mark just went through was helpful because I was a little bit confused. The storage building relocation was very clear and I had no concerns. I wasn't sure about the change of the two-story unit to a single-story unit, how that was going to manifest and whether or not it required a separate application and then the extent of the hardscape. It just was a little bit like three different things going on with this one application. So I thought it warranted discussion and explanation.
Okay, thank you. And then on the merits?
I mean, generally, I don't have any concerns. I'm just curious how this, it sounds like there's going to be there'll be an application that'll be coming, a revised application for the unit that's going to become single story. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that if I had signed off on this, I wasn't signing off on a building that we weren't sure of what the roof structure was going to be. So I have no concerns with the relocation of the storage building or the hardscape.
And the revision to the demo, which is to say the first floor will be, the demo move off, which is to say the first floor will be demoed and the second floor will be moved off. You're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I had the same concerns as Joe. I think some of it needs to be separate applications, but that was the concern.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
I was in the same boat. So as presented, no concerns.
Okay, and then Mark, on the question, follow up on that, the relocation of the storage building is not the time sensitive matter, the demo move off is correct?
The demo is certainly the most time sensitive. I mean, it is public procurement and we have the contractor on site, so we certainly wouldn't want to wait too long to move the storage for them to demobilize and remobilize, but it's really the demo that is the biggest concern. Yeah.
Okay, so what I would, given the support for both aspects of the application and given past practice, which is that structures would have separate applications, what I would be hopeful is a motion to approve the modification to include the demo, the move off to include the demo, and to approve the matters with respect to the storage building, subject to the storage building coming in as a separate application, not requiring any additional review by the commission. Anyone?
That's what you're proposing.
That's what I would suggest. I think.
Can I ask one thing? Because originally this whole building too, because it's all connected, was one structure. So it was all one application for these various move offs and demos. So that's why we followed that. But if we do want a separate one, just to keep that storage one separated, we can peel
The
that off.
separation, Mark, will be beneficial because whether, I don't know the size of the storage structure, but whether it's a zoning, what's the square footage of it?
Um, it's probably around 700 square feet off the top of my head.
Okay. So it would just be beneficial to have two approvals, one per building permit. And it'll
Gotcha.
Keep the
Right.
paperwork simple for everyone going forward. Don't anticipate any problems, even if that didn't happen, but it's consistent with our past practice. And
Okay.
if you guys have the time, basically you're going to submit an application that says refer to COA such and such regards storage building. It's
Okay.
that's and provide
Okay.
the same drawings.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's my motion.
Okay. Ray's motion is that approve both the modification of the move off to include the first floor demo and the storage building relocation subject to a subsequent application that requires no further action by the commission other than stamping, processing and stamping. That's for the minutes maker. On your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Vale,
Aye.
let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Mark. Okay, now we are on to our regularly scheduled event. It's 40 Liberty. Do we have somebody, Shampoo Landscaping to represent? Okay, so we're gonna hold that for 30 minutes. Let's call it 5:15. If after 5:15, no one's here, it gets pushed off to the next agenda. Next new business. Okay. That puts us on 12 Pine Tree Road, Rooftop Solar, Sunwind LLC.
Yes, Tim's online.
Tim, good
Hello,
evening. Welcome
everybody.
to
Good
the
evening. I'm here.
HDC.
Tim, did you want a screen share?
No, that's okay. It's about 20
Okay.
panels going on the rear roof of the house, so it shouldn't be visible from anywhere.
Okay, hang on one second.
I had this as a consent item, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
and there was just confusion about, I thought it was on the rear, but the picture showed the front of the house, and that's the only reason it didn't go on consent. It wasn't clear.
okay. Tim, while that's being pulled up, can you address that concern?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it looks like it's on the front. I think the satellite image I showed shows it on the rear.
Just because the picture that you provided was the front of the house.
Oh, yeah, that's all. I was just showing the house from the street,
Okay.
but the panels are on the back.
Any
No concerns, yeah, after that.
In light of that, and presuming everyone previewed this application, does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Oh,
Motion to approve is
Carrie,
submitted.
hold one.
Oh,
Carrie?
No concerns.
Okay, Val,
motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion?
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, don't bother
Thank you
opening
all
that
very
one up.
much.
All right, 116 Pulpus Road, multi-sport court. Mirka,
Yes, I'm here. I would like to share if it,
Connie reviewed that one. Joe, you'll sit on this one.
Okay.
I did provide additional like presentation for easier understanding. Oh, perfect. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thought we had an IT medic coming in.
Happened. There, perfect,
I
okay.
got my signature.
So if you're ready, I
Sure.
can.
12 Pine Tree.
So this is application for the sports court. I just wanna, it's a revisions. I just wanna remind, we had the initial approval right here in this area for a pickle court. It was right here. which was approved at grade, at the same elevation as the pool and pool cabana. The client would like to create a tennis court, obviously, which actually grows, but it's get way farther away from the pulpit. Also, it will be fully screened behind the garage. And the thing what is I did not include as a part of the first filing is the grading. We add this one more page. Let me just see if I can. As you can see, actually, this again on this side is the main house. This is the garage with the guest house. It's one of those structure where garage is beneath of the guest house and living space above. So practically the tennis court would be at the lower level. Therefore, it will be partially sunken, or to the most of it will be sunken. None of it will be visible, will be fully screened behind the structure. So I just wanted to include this for the hearing as well.
Okay.
So again, so the tennis court will be at the elevation of this garage, which is 12 feet lower than the space between these two structures.
Right, and can we zoom in on the locus? Is that gonna have granular clarity, or do we need to? I just want to see the.
Okay, so if that's the locus, it would be right in this farthest end. Right
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you. That was one question. Does anyone have any questions for America before we go? Okay. Concerns, anyone?
If it can't be seen and it's screened, no.
Okay.
If it's like the one on Maxi, yes.
Angus?
Same with me. It doesn't appear that it's going to be visible, but I would make that a condition that it's not.
Ray?
I'm just slightly confused. So is it in the northeast or like your plan that I'm looking at with the blue bubble around it has it to the east of the house, not to the west of the house?
It's the west of it's here.
Did you submit a drawing that shows the original location?
It's part of this. It's just a little dash line area here. So maybe that's what you are.
You're looking at the wrong
No,
plan.
no, yeah. So we're seeing it in the lower right east. Yeah, here.
So that's the original approval, which was like 2 years back. We are revising the location to this location, which is the west of the house, farther away from the pulpit, and set 12 feet below the main grade of the main house.
Okay.
This will be like sunken.
Can I recuse from this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carrie, can you set? I do need a clarification though, Mirka.
Sure.
The drawing Ray's got up looks to have the same sectional profile as of the prior location as the current proposal. And on the current proposal, it shows a drop of a grade change of 5 or 5.5 feet.
Yeah.
Mid span. And here it shows, I think, five steps.
Well, the grading just.
Can you zoom in here? At
Yeah.
the steps? Not too far. I want to
Okay.
keep perspective.
So this part is elevated above. That would be this part in a cross section. Okay.
Okay, but this is the question or the concern.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. It shows 5 steps down.
So it's plus minus. I'm calling it what
And
it's.
but it's a 7-foot drop.
Okay. So just wanna,
know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry if it's confusing. So these few steps, it's lead to this platform,
Yep.
which this platform is just in a little distance from this elevation, which this elevation is around 73, and then we are going to 69. So it's plus minus 4 feet lower than the main grade of the main house. However, the garage arrival in this area is at elevation, and I will just quickly go back to 62. Okay, it's a 62 here. So again, what you don't see, it's the main house here, and what you don't see is the garage with the guest house above.
Right, but so
Yeah.
again, let's approach this slightly differently. What's the elevation of the platform at the base of these steps?
69.
So that's a viewing platform.
That's correct.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you. I don't have any concerns. I just needed to understand that.
Sorry, no problem.
Carrie, did you have any concerns? I think you said no.
Not really if it's invisible from everywhere. It is, you know, humongous. It's like humongous, but
It's tennis court.
Okay.
tennis court and 2 pickle courts, basketball court, it's everything.
It's the size of the tennis court, yes.
The family that exercises together stays healthy together.
Yeah.
So, let's see, do we have a motion? I want to note Ray recuse.
Motion to approve as submitted with the condition that it's not visible at inspection and in perpetuity.
Okay, Angus on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
everyone. We are now on to 50 Burnell Street, new dwelling. Is Chip here? Chip is in the queue.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hello, your board, myself, Ray, Val, and Joe. And actually, Ray, could you take this one? Buy over it.
Share it? Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh, let's see. So Stevens, I'm chairing this now.
So Carrie and Joe will step on.
And so Carrie and Joe, you're both on this one.
Got it.
Good?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Okay, Chip, hit it.
If I can share the screen, I will pull that up. All right, let me know when you see it.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposal for a new dwelling. It says on the application 50 Burnell. This it's a new subdivision called Oliver's Way, and it doesn't have that was created from 50 Burnell, and it doesn't have the actual Oliver's Way address yet. But you can see on the locus plan on the right where the site is. So it's at the end of this way that comes off of Burnell Street, and it's on a little cul-de-sac that's at the end of it. The lot is flat. It has maybe just under 2 feet of slope from the front to the rear, so substantially flat. And you can see it's a long, skinny lot, and the proposed location for the house is at about a third of the way back, a third of the way to about halfway back. I'll start with the street side elevation. It's a story and a half massing. We've kept the highest point to just under 27 feet. It's coming in at 2610. It would be, white cedar siding, red cedar roof, white trim. It's pretty straightforward. You can see the gable massing that we have there. This is the east elevation, which is the side elevation facing, it would be the neighbor to the right. This is the proposed west elevation. And then this is the north elevation, which is the rear of the house facing back into the lot. So with that, I pass it to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chip, thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I looked up, I think Matt just did a building over here and it seems to be cohesive with the same vibe as that. And it's a dead end, right, Chip?
That's correct.
Yeah. No concerns, really.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I just have a question for you, Chip. Can you put the site plan up again?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So that long.
Actually, let me reduce a little bit so you can see the site plan all in one shot. There we go.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at that one long right side mass to see if you can see it like from a street, but you really can't because it looks to be 50 feet long at least, and it's just one clear shot of a ridge line, but you're keeping it under 27 or around 27 feet. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this.
Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
This is Joe speaking. I could go.
Great.
I appreciate that it's under 27 feet, and we're not talking about any grade changes, it sounds like, right?
Correct.
The I guess the only thing that jumped out to me, and maybe these are minor, is the transom windows that are on the porch flanking the front door without anything below them are a little unusual. And the shutters on those first floor windows feel a little foreign to me because they're the only 4 windows on the entire house that have shutters. So that they they are slightly undersized windows. And maybe that's the reason for them, but I don't know that it would prevent me from granting an approval or going with the momentum of the board. But those are the two things that just stood out to me a little bit. Curious what other members think. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Angus, your turn.
Yeah, I agree with Joe's comments about the windows underneath the porch. Another thing for me, I agree with the shutters too, is just the overall massing. It's lower in the middle where the door is entering and then pops up. I would rather see a higher gable in the middle and lower flanking gables. And the the dormer, just because of the size of it, reads more like a dormer than a gable in the middle above the door. And I'd rather have that be like a shed or something and come down lower to the roof. But to me, it's a little bit jumbled as far as the massing, and sort of more dispersed than sort of focused in the middle and working its way out with additive massing. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thanks. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but now that we are talking about the details, I find the little box bays on the second floor facing the road to be strange. Yes, the shutters, although they're sort of superfluous, those are strange. The 4 light awning windows on either side of the front door and on the second floor above those. There's a lot of atypical stuff here, not least of which is the fact that the main ridge is subordinate to the subordinate ridges, which are taller. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this entire long entry porch is held up by 2 columns, which, visually seems very, you could easily add some columns there and make it feel a little bit more structurally sound, I guess. Yeah, I agree with Carrie on the length of that ridge going back on the west elevation, and I believe on the east as well. That's it for me. So what would you folks like to do with this? I mean, it sounds like it's right, on the cusp.
I think
Well,
having listened to everybody's detail, sorry, is it okay if I go?
Yes, of course it's okay that you go. That's
Thanks,
Carrie, folks.
I think after listening to everybody's detailed comments, I see some of the funny things that Chip is doing as very sconcy, but then the sort of formality of the massing with the, almost completely symmetrical house, except for the right-hand shed, those details read as kind of strange in a very traditional sort of symmetrical setup. But because they're sort of sconcy details, I think Chip is, pretty okay in doing them. And I feel like with just a few things that you had mentioned, the porch roof, I didn't even notice that myself because of the casing on the door underneath. Things like that, I think should be revised, and maybe we should see it again. I'm not sure if anyone wants to do a staff approval or not. But there I am. Thanks.
Okay. Well,
I'd make a motion to hold for revisions.
okay. I think the revisions seem to be fairly minor, Chip, but it would be nice just to see this again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So on Angus's motion, Val,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Motion carries. Thank you. And Chip, you're up for the next couple too, I believe.
I am. So let me
Right.
know, did this change when I changed the screen just now? Are you seeing the mid-century modern house, or do I need to unshare and reshare?
You got
Okay.
it.
Okay, great. All right, Chip Webster again on behalf of the applicant for a proposed move of mid-century modern house from 83 Pocomo to 112 Wauwinet. I would like to start with a little history of this. This was first before the
Okay.
board in January of 25 for a move demo. And at the time, the board was in consensus that this was a significant historic and contributing structure, and at the time granted permission for a move, but not for a demo. Subsequently, we found a location for it to move it to 4 Pocomo, and the board approved the move to 4 Pocomo. But the owner that was going to move it was going to move it in a more traditional fashion, and it was determined it would be too difficult to move by breaking it into sections and taking it down the road. So that fell through. So we now have a owner who not only is familiar with the house, but has spent a lot of time in the house, has very strong family nostalgic connections with the house, and understands that it is a kit house. So this was part of an acorn deck, a 1970 acorn deck building. It's a company that was started by William Burks and Robert Brownell. I thank Holly for helping find that historic information. And his plan is to disassemble the house, since it was a kid house, move the pieces, and then reassemble it. I know that we have a number of letters from abutters who are concerned about the house, and one of them was concerned about damage that might be done to vegetation and trees along the road. And since it's going to be disassembled and moved, it would not be happening. Also, the owner has reached out to, there was a neighbor who had some questions about vegetation. He's very happy to meet with the neighbor and come up with a vegetation plan to help buffer from their property. And two other things. One is Holly had also said that this represents an important time in Nantucket, in the history of Nantucket, and thank you for saving this mid-century modern home. And the commissioners at the January 25 meeting said it's an incredible example of mid-century modern, and also appreciated any efforts to save it. So three summary points. It was deemed historically contributing. It was approved by the board for a move to 4 Pocomo. And then it was further approved or it was placed on the consent list for approval at the initial submittal for this current location at 112. So I just want to point those out. And then there are 3 applications. This is the one for the move of the main house, and then there are 2 that follow for resiting structures on the existing property. So with that, I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I should ask if there's anyone, I think, does Arthur, oh, and Linda.
And I believe Arthur Reed is here also.
Yeah, okay. Linda, why don't you go first, and then I'll go to Arthur.
Arthur Reed and I are representing the same person next door. I'm not sure, some of you, I know Val, you were, probably you, Ray, when we went through weeks and weeks and weeks of dealing with a house that is currently on the bluff. And I'm not even going to get in and put my Concom hat on. Good luck with that. But we spent weeks and weeks and weeks, tons of pictures, when they wanted to mutate the house that's existing on the bluff side towards the harbor. And you did a good job. You pulled a lot of it back, certainly back from the original profile, which has been there forever. And that was where it was supposed to stay. Now they want to take that house that we spent weeks and months on, trying to figure out how to add on to it. It was such a funky little thing. And pick it up and move it to the back towards the road. So you can put a house. I did the research on this house a long time ago, as well as the Venturi's down the street from it in Pocomo. You're going to take a house that has absolutely nothing to do with any vernacular. And I have pictures of every house all the way down to code 2 on that bluff, and put it over there on the bluff where it has absolutely, totally architecturally inappropriate. And given what we went through with the house that was existing there, which had been there for some time, now we're going to take this and put it where that one was and move that one back where we couldn't barely even touch the facade towards the water, and put something that's totally alien to anything else in Wellwinnet and put that there. It's perfectly visible from the harbor. There's no way to hide it. So there's a tremendous amount of objection to this. I understand the other neighbors are in there, and Arthur will talk to the immediate abutter to the south, I guess. But those are my comments, having sat on this structure a long time ago, having been representative for the one that was there now. There's just a whole history of this, and I ask you, before you do anything on this, to go ahead and look at the file, or we can submit the file with all the photographs again, but it's been several years since this came up. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Sure. Val.
I believe the application we're looking at is for the move off, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Move
it's already
on or the move-
approved to be moved off. In fact, it was mandated for it to be moved off as opposed to demolished from 81.
Okay, so the.
Now it's a move on to 112 Wellwinnet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So it is actually a move on application. They already
Okay.
have the move off.
Thank you.
Now, so that's good, Val?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Arthur, you.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I represent Lydia Denny Palmer LLC, the owner of the adjacent property at 110 Wellwinnet Road. And I think that we can all agree that if this came before the HDC right now as an application for new construction, that it would get absolutely nowhere. I mean, this is so completely, the style of this house is so completely inconsistent with any historic Nantucket architectural context that it couldn't possibly be approved. I understand that it was built back around 1969 and 1970 at the present location. And it's been in that location for a long period of time. And that is a very different site from 112 Wellwinnet Road. It's in a rural, out of town, out of any context of other houses that are exist in Wellwinnet. It certainly could remain where it is on a large, fairly well wooded lot without a great deal of visibility except from the water. There is certainly visibility from the water in its present location, and it's there, and people are accustomed to its being there. Perhaps for Pocomo Road would have been an appropriate location. I'm not familiar with that site. But in any event, as far as it's being placed in the village at Wellwinnet, a place where it'll be highly visible from Wellwinnet Road, everybody going out to Wellwinnet House or going out toward Great Point is going to drive by this and is going to be saying, what on earth was the HDC thinking of when they allowed this house to be placed in this location? It is so completely inconsistent with traditional Nantucket architecture and with the style of the other houses in Wellwinnet that it is utterly inappropriate. The construction of houses like this that are so inconsistent with Nantucket is obviously a big reason why the HDC's guidelines and the HDC's jurisdiction expanded right around the time when this was being built. And I think there's just no basis whatsoever for suggesting that it would be appropriate and consistent with any of the HDC's standards to allow this house to be placed in a new location in Wauwinet. So I would ask you to deny this application. Thanks.
Okay, Arthur, thank you. Anyone else in the room or on Zoom on this application? All right, we're going to send it to the board. It was the same board that was on the last application at Burnell Street. Val, Angus, Carrie, and Joe. Yes, Val, go ahead.
I agree, it's very unusual, but I think we have all deemed that while it wouldn't be built today, it's historic in nature as it exists, and I think saving it is better than demolishing it. Perhaps something as simple as just shingling the sidewall could make it somewhat fit in better with what's going on there. The other thing is, Chip, we don't know with the way the grade is over there as opposed to where it's sitting right now, how it will sit. Is it going to be elevated in the same way and have those below grade windows and stuff like that? That's my concern.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I have a request.
Hmm.
Can we look at how it's cited on the new? Because I can't really tell
Well,
from what I see on the screen. Yeah,
There we go.
okay, there.
Right.
So it's, oh, okay, wait, you're taking a building away and putting this one there.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So my thought is this was built out in Pocomo, however long it was built. It could have so easily been built here, however long ago it was built. There was, if this was able to be built there, it could have been built here. And it is an example of something, I wouldn't call it truly historic, although it is a part of architectural history that I think a lot of people might be interested to see it. I can't believe that it's just assumed to be somehow so inappropriate. It's a piece of architectural history of all of our lifetimes. Maybe not a 30-year-old, but mine for sure. And I don't see a problem with it. If we want to ask for them to do some planting to mitigate a full-on straight-on view of the building, maybe that's an answer, but I just cannot see how we can be so sort of snotty about it all. Thank you.
Carrie, thank you. Let's see, we got Angus and Joe left, and me.
I'm happy to go.
Thanks.
I agree with what's been said. This is, not a vernacular that is similar to most of what we think of as Nantucket architecture, by far. But it's exceeded the 50-year mark, and there is precedent not just on the island, but in this vicinity. Pocomo is about the closest little hamlet to Wauwinet, and it's along the upper harbor. The low profile and the horizontal lines of this are very sympathetic to the landscape on the island, and especially along these bluffs. There aren't dormers, there aren't peaks that are sticking up. And it's had more typical Nantucket houses on either side of it before, and it would be again, and I appreciate being able to save it rather than throwing it away. And I appreciate the applicant making this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Let's see, Joe.
Yeah, Well, I remember when this came up, I think the first night, and just the conversation about how unique this structure is. And by the way, the comment that I think it was Val asked about, or maybe it was Carrie, about the relationship of the wooden part of this, the building relative to grade. And I think it's obviously it's a character defining element, this cantilever over the partial subgrade space with the fenestration visible, and the fact that this sort of visually is floating over all that. It's a very interesting house architecturally, and it is part of the Nantucket fabric. Not only is it part of the Nantucket fabric, it's also was on the waterfront and will now be on the waterfront. It's probably more appropriate than many other locations that it could be moved to. I mean, for instance, if it was on Fairgrounds Road, it would, in my opinion, be less appropriate there than it is here. So, understanding that it probably doesn't look like anything around it, but you know, the Nantucket architecture is very eclectic. There are a lot of examples that exist that you know, don't look like a whaling captain's house or a Quaker house. And we've lost a lot of those unique homes because I think there was I don't know, apathy maybe on some level, or just that it didn't fit in with the narrative of what people understood to be Nantucket. And I think this is sort of a refreshing reminder that there are a lot of different examples of architecture on the island. And it's very interesting to be having this conversation considering how the meeting started tonight, where there's a warrant article to try to get a super majority for any building that's over 50 years. Now, I didn't comment on that, but this one meets that minimum standard, but I think also it sets itself apart being architecturally unique. And nobody's commented on we'll call it a demolition and rebuild, which I'm in favor of, especially in this. I think we've lost a lot of houses to the landfill because they can't be moved over a road and there's more damage done to the surrounding landscape. And then it becomes a question of whether or not it's worth that damage to move something that's oversized. So I think in general, the demolition and rebuild of this is I support, and not only that, it's a kit house. So it's kind of how it was probably delivered to the site in a way. So I think that it's a very interesting application at this particular time on Nantucket for a lot of different reasons, and I think it's appropriate in this location and its public visibility from the water. So I support this, and I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, thank you. So this lively discussion has actually brought up some really, I think, interesting questions. For me, certainly. Not least of which is, I think, I can't really get beyond looking at the 25 to 50-foot buffer on this. And I know the Concom now has a policy whereby they don't review an application unless they get HDC approval first. So I think that the HDC should not review any applications unless we have Concom approval first, because they don't see how this is going to get approved at the Concom in the location where it is shown. So, but putting that aside just for a moment, the question, by the way, I was, when this came up, the whole demo versus move off thing, I love the house personally. As an architect, I find that, that I know all about the deck houses and the guys from Cambridge that started the whole thing. Now, question that I'm not sure that anyone at the board can answer except for the guy that left the room. If the house, Stephen, he always disappears at the worst possible time. If the house is dismantled and reassembled, is that a demo? And is this board allowed to give the same latitude in terms of permitting that we give to buildings that are being renovated as opposed to being just demolished? In other words, I look at this building and it's the amount of glazing on the water side is phenomenal. Does it need to meet hers? You know, and if so, it's got to change. You'll have to change out every aperture, I think. Insulation, you know, all those kind of things. And I'm not trying to thwart the project necessarily, but I am trying to bring up, I think, some issues that kind of need to be addressed. Not the other one that I have on my mind is this is currently on a sloped site. We don't have any topo here. We're assuming it's sloped because it's heading down to the water, but what are we actually going to see? How much of that exposed basement are we going to see? I think this needs a lot more attention. I think that when I review this again, and I believe I will be reviewing this again, when I review this again, I'd like the Concom issues at least to be addressed. How you're going to be able to produce a waiver and be granted a waiver from the Concom. How you're going to be able to dismantle the building and have it be regarded as a renovation in terms of our ability to, grant it the preserved status that we do with other buildings. You know, same thing is going on sort of in a different way out in Nantucket. You know, the point with the Nantucket house is that it's all demolished now. You can't really rebuild it that way and meet the current codes. Anyway, a lot to think about, but I think that this, I'd like a few more answers. Should we hold this for some more information and revisions?
I definitely think we need to see what it will look like sitting on its site.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Topo, comment
Concom.
before we go to a vote?
Just a brief comment. I just love this idea of moving houses around. And I also wanted to add in, just looking at the application as a whole, it would be really useful to see where all the buildings are located on the topo, like how it shift together. Because I really don't think you're going to see much of this when the other buildings are moved to the front of the lot.
Thank you for the comment. Yes, Stephen, as a non-voting member.
I'm not voting currently, but I am an alternate. So I think that the point I want to make is 2 points. One, this is the dismantling and reconstruction is one of the topics I hope to address. I'm anticipating I'm going to get the letter before it goes to town council on the demolition levels, categories, and so on and so forth. So this is some of the fleshing out of topics that I would hope to include. Number two, I just want to refresh all our memories. I believe it was Main Street, Sconset, or a similarly important road, where we allowed the dismantling of a structure under strict conditions, unlike what occurred out in Nantucket. And that, I believe, retained its historic status. That is a determination that we can make as part of a vote. So I just want to give that a little bit of context.
Okay.
If I sit on this in the future, I would like to just, a cross-section's a cross-section. It would be nice to have a cross-section of what this looks like from the water, 100 yards out. It'd just be a smaller scale, but it'd still be informative. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment, Stephen. So back to our vote. Would somebody like to make a motion for more information, revisions, et cetera?
I'll make that motion, and that would include elevations like any other proposals, actually showing where grade is in relation to the house. And I would like that. Yeah, that's my motion.
Yeah, okay. Sounds
Mr.
good.
Chair? I'm sorry.
Yes, Chip.
So just a couple of quick things. We can provide more information, certainly. I'm hearing topo and so forth, but on the elevations, are you requesting like drawn elevations, or could it be photographs that have dimensions and so forth? We're trying to avoid the expense of creating an entire as-built. So that's just a clarification on that. Thank you.
Would it be sufficient to do sort of edited? I would like to see topo at a minimum. I think we
Yep.
need to see that. Are you okay with sort of doctored up photos?
Yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
Chair?
if this ended up on grade exactly as the photos are, that's self-explanatory. But if it's going to be anything different than kind of the layout of
Yeah.
how much is exposed in the front and the back and all
Right.
that, then
Mr.
I think we need to see that in elevation.
Okay. Chip,
Mr. Chair?
Carrie, yes.
If this building is going to be deconstructed and reconstructed, he's gonna need drawings. He
Right.
can't
Right.
just
No,
put it back
yeah, but we want to
Like-
get the approval before getting those expenses. I'm sure you can
It can
appreciate
be a
that.
condition of an
Um,
approval.
And I do want to point out that it's different than disassembling a stick-built building because it was a kit. It was, there were pieces that came here.
Hey,
that were-
Chip, I'm going to
Yep.
cut you off just to try and move things along.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're going to deal with the whole issue. I think we got to, talk to Holly about, what, using that word from about an hour ago, precedent we have for doing things like this, as Stephen has pointed out on Main Street in Sconset. Now, Carrie, did you have something to say? Because I also see Ben has his hand raised and I would like to expedite this.
Carrie did, and I just comment on that
Okay,
briefly, because
yeah.
if I'm an alternate and this does move to approval, I'm okay with images subject to some additional information on them. And if an approval were to be given, it would clearly be conditioned upon a dismantling procedure,
Yeah.
reconstruction procedure, all of which would be based upon a set of detailed as-bills. So it would not be come in, get an approval, walk out the door based on pictures. The structure is significant enough. It's not a 1989 ranch that doesn't qualify for the 50 years or so on and so forth.
Right.
We would want detailed drawings. So just to address Gary's point, it's a very valid point, and I wanted to add to it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Stephen. Ben.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I love this conversation. I think you guys are doing a great job of managing this really beautiful house. I was asked to look at this application by the neighbor at 110 Walwinet Road, and I came to the same conclusion that you guys are coming to, is that without architectural plans, we don't know what's going to happen in the basement. We don't know what it'll look like, and I think that's an issue for you guys, but also when they go to the Conservation Commission, if there's going to be an excavated foundation, that needs to be clear in the HDC approval. So I think architectural plans for all the moving buildings, because they're moving 3 buildings or
Right.
they're moving 3 buildings to make this property what they want. I feel like having proper plans for you guys to stamp is going to give everybody peace of mind moving forward and the ultimate vision for the property. So that's just my comment. But again, thank you guys for your efforts here.
Okay, got it, Ben. Thank you. And we're going to move slowly and cautiously on this. Okay, so I believe Angus about half an hour ago made a motion to hold for revisions and more information. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. And Chip, I think that it goes without saying, I hope that we're going to hold the other 2 applications pending the resolution on the one we just did. Okay.
Absolutely. I was expecting that those were tracked. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All right. That's
Thank
it.
you, Ray.
Mm.
We're going to move on to 21 India Street, which was View, and Matt's presenting.
Evening, Mr. Chair.
Matt, your board is Angus, Ray, Val, me, and where are we in the rotation with alternates? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Me either.
Holly says she thinks Joe. I'm going to go with that. So it's Joe's your alternate on this one.
Great.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just waiting to become a panelist. And we're joining.
So while this is uploading, hopefully, well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everyone had a chance to go to the site and look at the property. This is 21 India Street. It's actually connected to 19 India, and then 23 India is in pretty close proximity to it as well. So basically what we're looking to do is a renovation slash addition. We've basically taken a hands-off approach to the main body of the house, which is dates from the original construction date is 1800. The rear L, if you've looked at the Sanborn maps, you can see that it's changed a number of times over the years. I'll just go through the elevations one by one. Also, this is not a complete gut. Most of the work is relegated towards the rear L, which is the later additions that have been, again, manipulated over the years. And it's a fairly recently constructed, the rear L in particular. Starting on the north elevation, we are proposing to add 3 gable dormers to the facade of the structure. I would say the majority of the work is, again, the rear L. And you can see in the west elevation, this is probably the most telling. You can also see that the comparative elevation, the existing condition, the demolition plan, if you will. And so there is an existing rear L. It's a full 2-story. And so what we're proposing to do is essentially extend that rear L by about 7 feet and add a porch. In doing that, what we did is maintained the full 2-story rear L, if you will, and emulated that, and then stepped it down to a 1.5 stories. We have a continuous eave, and we have setback transom dormers. Because the houses are in such close proximity to one another, 19 and 23 in particular, privacy is an issue. So we wanted to get some natural daylight into the, but that's the bedroom on the second floor. But then also drop the elevation. So we have this terracing effect, if you will. So the massing goes from the main historic primary mass, which again is staying intact. No fenestration changes to that, with the exception of the 3rd floor gable dormers. And then the massing continually steps down to basically this porch, if you will. The existing rear L is a full 2-story, and the grade also drops off. So it does have the existing condition is a very vertical, has a very vertical appearance to it. So I really like this idea of us stepping down to a 1.5 stories and then this 1-story porch. We tried to maintain as much of the existing structure as possible in its character. There is this, if you see on the proposed and the existing, there is that 4-pitch slight recess. We've kept that and then integrated a new mudroom door, emulating all of the railing and post details where appropriate. Scrolling through, this is the east elevation. Now, this really truly is an alleyway. You can see the building is a cut with a section that is the party wall. There's about 10 feet between the 2 buildings. So I think this elevation is really not visible from anywhere. And then we've just got some perspectives just to show you what this thing looks like. Obviously, these are perspectives that don't show the adjacent buildings. These elevations, I think, would be very difficult to see because of, again, how close the adjacent buildings are to it. We'll just scroll through those. Windows, again, we're planning to keep any existing window will remain an existing window. We've specified TDLs for the new windows. We haven't selected a manufacturer. If the board was so inclined on where the new windows, or majority of them are on the rear L, we would love or feedback or consideration of using a double pane window with a historic Mutton profile. We have not requested that on the application, but would love your feedback on that. With that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, does anyone have questions for Matt? Okay, I had this on consent. I typically don't, I speak last. But since I had this on consent, my concerns were the non-traditional extension of the L. Not so much the step down as the dormers, and not so much the dormers, if not visible, but given potential visibility from Hussey Street. And I did have some, I was actually of 2 minds on the gable dormers on the front. There are structures that I understand may not have been built that way originally, but the dormers are becoming on those structures. And at the same time, it's not necessarily a historical detail. I think the last comment is I would want to be really clear on what modifications are proposed. Like I saw the dormers, I saw a notation, but traditionally anything that's being added or modified, have it be bubbled. And something I want to take up in a work group is delineating changes through shading on drawings, like a red shading as opposed to bubbling, because I think it's more informative than it could prevent potential misfires or mishaps. Anyways, those are my comments based upon my concerns. And who would like to begin?
I did
Withdraw.
have a question that
Angus?
I wasn't fast enough with. Yes, the age of the L that's being demolished or is proposed to be demolished.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say probably 70s. If you look at the Sanborn maps, you'll see that that rear L changes a number of different times. The footprint of it changes, late 19th century, early 20th, and then again, probably in like the 50s or 60s. So the foundation itself is block. So it doesn't, I don't have an exact date for you, but it's certainly not original.
Thank you.
Angus, I don't think there's any other questions. If you want to just continue, please.
Okay, so I'll just start on the front and work my way back. So this typical Nantucket, the gable dormers on the front for me are a non-starter. They just seem out of place and really change the character of the facade. I did go down the street behind, and this pretty much the whole thing is visible. There might be part of the east elevation that's obstructed by the adjacent house, but to me, it's not really responding to the historic structure, the main block of the house. It feels like if you cut it off where the addition begins versus where the old house ends, it just feels like two different houses. Looking at the west elevation, I appreciate the intent of bringing the eave down, but to me, there's there's too little fenestration and there's high walls. Even though the eave dropped, it feels like a very high wall, and the proportions are seem out of place compared to the rest of the that west elevation. The dormer windows are up higher than the heads of the other windows in the house, and they should be, any eave back there should be lower than the second floor eave. So I don't think it's helping to have a lower eave and then pop up with the dormer. The deck, it is the back of the house. And I think that could happen, but I think it would want to be shingled in or something that would make it feel less like a second floor deck in this core area of the historic district. So that's the north part, and the pent roof is out of character as well. And the bumping back out again on the west elevation, once the building steps in from the corner of the main block, it shouldn't bump back out again. And that's all visible from India Street, but of course, Hussey as well. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Val.
Am I on? Yeah. I agree about the little pent roof. I think that's just a little bit too modern for this structure. And I think, Matt, I go back to just a plain two-story, like what's there now, only extended a little bit. It's just simple, and that's pretty much what's back there. I looked at all the backyards over there, and they're all just modifications of simple, long, really, truly somewhat boring sides. But this dropping down, I understand the reason you did it is for the additive massing part, but I think keep it simple.
Mhm.
That's it.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks. So generally agree with some of the things that have been said, particularly the dormers on the front. There's a really nice looking photo. I don't know when it was taken, but it's looking west down the street. And none of the other buildings have dormers on the front. So that's sort of an anomaly. And I remember when this all became sort of a contentious decades ago on Orange Street, and now there seems to be so many dormers on the front of the buildings because they left the door open. So that's my main thing. And then sort of to Val's point, the west elevation, which will be visible, is complicated. And I also know that this backmost part has a lot of expansive shingle between the dormer up on the roof and the first floor windows. It's almost like the windows were eliminated from the design. So Val had a good point in sort of simplifying the whole thing, but that's it for me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question for the applicant. I'm looking at the west elevation proposed. It relates to the foundation material because it looks like we've got brick on the front and then it transitions to stone, and then the foundation for the rear L, is that purged concrete?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Joe, that was the intent, but we could
Okay.
make it whatever the board deems appropriate.
No, I mean, part of the different materials, I guess, just tells the story of the house. So I'm not trying to push it in a particular direction. I was just curious about it. One of the reasons why I asked is that the two items that jump out to me the most on this west elevation, and I guess the rear, or whatever that orientation is the porch. This little pent roof feels a little Victorian to me, and I think the detailing of the porch, which somebody, I think it was Angus, mentioned about shingles or some other detailing, made me wonder whether or not the foundation of the porch becomes some other material as well, just to ground it. It feels a bit leggy, probably not that visible, but it just feels a little bit like a foreign element as detailed. I mean, I think it could support a porch, certainly, but it feels a little bit foreign. Regarding the dormer, and the shingle space below it, before Val spoke, I was wondering whether or not that should just be a flush dormer to simplify it a little bit. And there's a lot going on. And then Val mentioned maybe the approach to the rear L is just a simple extension and maybe not so busy with dormers. And I could see that. And also looking at perspective B here that you have up, the fact that, I mean, at least it looks like the entire west side at the first floor is coplanar, and there's a corner board that runs through in part of it. And I think Angus alluded to that. I think that needs to be looked at. And I guess the final one is the gable dormers. That's interesting. I would really like to see some more precedent for it. My gut feeling is that they're not appropriate on this particular house. This perspective, I don't think is helping you, because the building that this abuts, which shows up in one of your photographs, is significantly taller and more massive, and somehow maybe the juxtaposition of those two buildings makes those dormers have less of an impact on the streetscape, because that building to the right of it is imposing, and with the roof walk and everything, and maybe these dormers here work okay, but you've done some nice streetscapes in previous applications, and I think that understanding the context of scale wise would be helpful. I went out and viewed it, but I think seeing it in drawing form might be helpful. Otherwise, if those dormers went away, then that concern goes away completely, of course. And I don't think shed dormers would work, so it's either gable dormers or none. And maybe they get tightened up a little bit. But I'm probably in the minority of even considering their viability. And I think that's it. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Joe. It sounds like we need a motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah. So moved.
Let's see. Angus on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are now on to, oh, flipping the page way too early.
Dream on.
Yeah. 25 Airport Road. Good evening, Tobias.
Good evening, members of the board. 25 Airport Road, this is the Nisha building. Looking at doing solar on it. We originally, solar was approved on this building, and after conversations with our applicant and Nisha, they would like to add some more solar to the building. It is a sizable building, and we're looking to cover the whole circumference of the building with solar. So we've put together a design for the board. Please we've also included, I think the chair asked for a landscape plan. We included that. This is right across the street from the airport. So there's some nice gas tanks across the street. Just to give a little context, and that's what I have for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had this on for consent, so I'm gonna just clarify what my concern was there. Can we pull up the landscape plan? It's
just slow.
yeah, basically it was having context of what is anticipated or will be likely proposed. Because visual mitigation in the form of trees and other such things is important consideration. Anticipating that this would be well landscaped. It's a well-designed project. It's well capitalized. They're building it for the future, and taking the steps necessary that when they open the doors, it's going to be look established and be established. So for those reasons, the landscape plan was important to me, and that's why I wanted to give the applicant's agent an opportunity to put that together and have it presented to the full board for discussion. And there's a lot of trees is what I kind of figured was going to be the case. Okay, questions before we begin? The board is Angus, Ray, Val, myself, and Carrie.
I'm guessing we already have a black roof on there. Is that?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, no questions.
Well, that was just the question.
Yeah, well, answered. Question asked and answered. Do we have any other questions?
I was gonna clarify about the direction, because I thought that airport was east, and then
Maybe if you go to the landscape plan, it kind of shows it best.
okay.
So if I may through
Yeah,
you
please,
there.
Tobias.
On the south side of the screen, Angus, that's the airport road. The over to the left, that's on the other side over to the left, that's evergreen.
That's airport.
Yeah, that's airport there.
Because- Okay. Because it looked like that was east elevation there, but that looks like south.
Yeah, it's like southeast.
Okay. All right.
Just a quick follow-up question on that. Tobias, do you happen to know, or Bill, can you zoom in on the landscape plan? What the trees are that are proposed for the airport road?
Yeah, there's a mixture of, there's going to be some larger trees. If you look at the top, like I want to say I'm gonna
VD.
It's like an elm. Oh,
5.
it,
Hold on.
Ezekiel, Zacia. There's one right on the corner of the corner table. They're large, deciduous trees that are going to grow up, and then there's going to be also some hedging material mixed in there as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're Acer rubrum and
Oops. Hold on.
we're
It's
just.
taking a minute
well,
here. Yeah.
But it's relevant to me because it's knowing the plant materials and when. Yeah.
No, there's a number of larger trees anticipated.
Oh,
So they're
plane tree.
either red maples, Acer rubrum, or they're going to be
East rubrum. Thank you.
London plane trees.
Bless
Look
you.
Good.
Thank you.
I think that's an understory plant.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so they're deciduous trees of street tree nature.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wanted to see if they were going to be specimen trees that were like autumn flowering cherry that are going to be smaller. and
More
whatnot.
traditional street trees is the
Okay,
idea.
thank you. Let's see.
Red maple.
Do you want to go, Val?
I think given where it is, it's okay to have
It
the
might even
panels in the manner that they are being presented.
Ray?
I try and not create a bias in my own mind about like different areas on Nantucket. But I'm suddenly like thinking about Tomahawk and all the panels down there, and there ain't no landscaping at all on Tomahawk. It's just sort of a free for all. So this is, a step up from that. I know it's a departure from what we normally do because there's a ton of panels and a lot of them will be visible. They will be visible on a black roof and they will be visible on, I believe, a 1-story building, right?
The middle's 2-story.
the middle section is 2-story, but
Is
the
it
first
two
this
stories?
it kind of scales the
Well,
first the
Okay.
on the east elevation. That first mass is a single story.
Right. I don't know. Good point about it being right across the street from the airport. That kind of hit home. I think I'm okay with this. I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrie?
I'm okay with it. And I do think different areas can handle different things. So I'm good with this.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
I guess I'm still a little bit confused. So like when I go to page 7, where it shows the east elevation, there aren't any panels shown
Oh,
facing what would be evergreen. But then in the the site plan or the overview, it looks like they're all along that street. Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Angus, if I could help, if you look up above that east elevation, that's going to face the airport. If you slide over to the bottom left, that south elevation, that's what's going to face evergreen.
And so there are panels facing Airport Road.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. But you don't enter on Airport Road, you enter perpendicular to that on Evergreen. And along Airport Road, there's a screen.
There's a number of buildings on this site. So you'll be entering on Airport Road. and then coming up around the right of the building. And that, I guess the north elevation would be like the front of the building. It's very similar. We did a similar building on Old South Road with solar. It's kind of a similar idea.
Angus,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
framed, so, I mean, we could do a view. I'm not suggesting necessarily, but if it puts doubt to rest.
I think because of the location, yeah, it's not as much of a concern as it would be in another place, and it looks like there's a fair amount of screening. So, yeah, I think I'm pretty good with it.
Okay. For me, the nature of we do have a different approach to residential and commercial. That's established, and location plays part of a role in decision-making. That's precedent, not the individual ones, but that is part of our decision-making tree. And then for me, a big part of this is being approvable is my only concern is the eastern elevation, the lower roof immediately facing airport. However, the mitigating factor for me is the vegetative screening, which will be street trees, which will highly limit for a good portion of the year, the visibility. And I think based on that, I will vote to approve if a motion is made. I do just want to make sure that we add in the motion, just as a belt and suspenders, that the vegetative screening in the form of trees will be materially as represented in the site plan. And that if there's any modification, that the whole application needs to come back for a review. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody got a concern with that approach? Okay. Does anyone have that motion?
I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's Ray's motion on your motion.
Right.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Welch, how did you like the on Born and Bred? We did those little returns.
Yeah, those were nice.
Did you like those?
I think they were appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially a historic setting.
Yeah.
I think after, this is, Linda, this is Lisa's project, right?
Yes,
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah, they did the architecturals, not the rest of it, but the architecturals, yes.
Okay, so Ray is recusing, and he's recusing from 22 Nonantum. And Joe and Carrie will be sitting with myself, Val, and Angus.
Redo this.
And pizza, oh no,
Oh,
no pizza.
we just have,
No
we just
pizza?
at the screening, if there's.
Oh, well.
Change from what.
We're gonna have to take a look at our budget.
Agenda.
That has to come back.
Okay, Linda, when you're ready, short and sweet, please, and we've got a lot of comments from people, and I
Well,
imagine
Base, because they thought. we were doing
Linda,
something else. I'll explain it.
the relevance of those comments is to be determined by the authority having jurisdiction. Thank
Well,
you.
they thought we were doing something and we're not.
Oh, well, that will still be determined by the authority having jurisdiction. Go ahead, please.
Great. I gave you a narrative, fairly detailed narrative. When the hardscape came in 2023, there was a stamped plan done because these things were sent out of the office. The stamped plan that was scanned in to the database was unreadable for the most part, where we were able to make out some of the stuff that was approved already, and that was on the first list. The shell parking, the Belgian block at the garage, black wire mesh, which we're taking out along the parking area. Bluestone walkways were approved, 36-inch high garden gate, garden area around the trash area. Stated it was 40 inches, but it's actually 36. The shed in the garden in a different location. Bluestone patio in the middle of the yard, no fire pit, dining area with outdoor kitchen, not a pergola. Pool equipment is shown in the rear of the pool house, however, has been moved into the interior of one of the buildings. The boardwalk across the rear of the dwelling to the main house, main door from the parking area. Not included, which we're asking for now, is straightening out the parking area so it's square. 2 pergolas leading from the parking area, 1 to the front yard, 1 to the backyard. The pergola adjacent to the pool over the outdoor kitchen and the patio. The fire pit, which is really interior of the lot. The 2 gates along the easterly side of the rear yard leading to the public access, which is what everybody's screaming about. 6-foot gate from the parking area, reversing location of the shed and the garden area. They just flipped. And the garden fence is now attached to the shed instead of the other structure. Fence along the parking area separating the front yard, which is a low fence. Galvanized wire fence in double privet on the west, south, east, and north areas of the lot not located on the property lines. Now, if you go to the plan, which I think is the first page up there, second page, the actual notated plan, not the pictures. There we go.
Okay, so this is what they're proposing.
It is color coded. Some of the wire. Should I continue?
We're trying
Yeah, no, we're trying to,
assess
hold
with-
on. We're trying to pull up the same documentation.
It's
Can,
up
can we
there.
focus on
Easier.
what it is you're actually proposing versus what you're not proposing?
Well, I just read that, but
No, wait, no, the drawing, can you kindly direct staff to, okay. This is what we want to see, thank you.
Yeah. It's up there. So what we're doing is the comments, I haven't seen them all. But the comments think we're running the fence right up to that 10-foot wide or 6-foot wide, actually, 10-foot wide easement area up there. It's what was part of one of the One Big Beach access points. It's been there for a long time. It's adjacent on the east side of the property. We're not going anywhere near it. In fact, we're backing the new fence off it. There is that really tight 1-inch black mesh fence all over the place, some of which was approved in the original approval. And it's just horrible. It doesn't disappear. You can't hide it. So it was just put there for security reasons while the massive construction was taking place on the main house. There was a lot of earth moving and stuff around it. So we're taking the black mesh fence out, doing the 8-inch galvanized interior of the property, 8 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other side. We're moving it away. We're double hedging it. And there's a lot of other plantings going on outside of that. So we're replacing the black mesh. You can see the pink line, which is where the fence is going, the new fence is going. The rest of it is kind of negligible. I think the biggest issue for people is that easement on the east side and the galvanized fence, which is going to disappear inside double privet. So I don't know what else to ask you to tell you. At this
Okay.
point, do you have any, we have the landscaper here. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just.
Right there. You gotta go right there.
Andrew Wingworks Landscape, the black fencing that's there now, this has been
Here.
under construction for almost 3 years now, so we put that up to keep the deer away from the first stage of all the plants that we put in, and also the owners had dogs they wanted to restrain inside the yard. So what we're applying for now is a less obtrusive, better hidden galvanized fence that we're pulling back from the public access by 8 feet to, just to make it as palatable as possible. And then we're hiding everything else in either double layers of privet or heavy screening, trying to keep everything off the public roads
Off the property.
and off the property lines.
Okay, thank you. And then just, can we go back to the prior approval site plan, please? Are you driving or is Kathy?
It's the one I gave you is not the stamped plan from the original because you couldn't read it. So I gave you what had been submitted on consent.
I wish it was side by side.
Which is in here.
Okay, well, why don't you show us what was approved? That's the one we need to see.
It's at the very end, I believe.
Yeah, can we put it up on the screen? No, thanks, Val. I'm gonna need to zoom in, but.
Hold on. It's hard to see it. It's in the second PDF. Second PDF. The second PDF.
And you have to turn
Where
it.
the fence is.
And these are all the pictures of the perimeter.
Site.
We're actually, Mr. Chairman, we're actually removing a section that was approved right here, next to the garage. We're taking that out. That was approved in the original. Along Plum Street.
Okay. So, I mean, this doesn't really follow our typical, which is probably why letters came in. This doesn't follow our prior approval, current proposal, one on the left, one on the right. You pick which side, so that anyone can simply pick up the application and easily review it to understand what the modifications are. So you're gonna have to bear with us as we look at this, and we may be requiring additional information.
Well, do you want me to read out what's on that
No,
one?
the HDC, you know, if the nothing else before I retire from my position, it's going to be that the drawings speak for themselves.
All right, because they couldn't put them side by side because it would have been so small, you'd never be able to see it.
Well, we can always zoom in like we are now.
Yeah. That's the original approval, but this, as I say, the stamp
Can
isn't
we
on
see
it.
the
because you
bottom?
Couldn't read it.
Hold on a second, please, Linda. Okay, so I'm not seeing fence within approximately 5 feet of Nonantum
No,
on what was previously approved.
no,
And I'm not seeing fence
on the east,
on the east.
no.
So that's a major difference.
Mhm.
And also a, you know, a reasonable concern of all parties. There's the deer fence has come up once or twice in discussion in various venues. Can we now go to the proposed application again, the plan?
And that's in attachment 1.
So I think you guys, what we're gonna do is to facilitate easier review is we're going to have a discussion this evening over what is presented on the drawing that's appropriate and what's not appropriate. If we need to settle what was previously approved within those two categories, we will do that separately. For now, let's focus on one site plan, the fencing, and what was the other major change?
Straightening out the
Pergola.
parking lot, not too
The-
much. The
the-
pergolas.
The
pergolas.
pergola change,
I think that's pretty much the biggest issue.
and one of them was on Plum Street, right? There's a structure modification along Plum.
They just flipped them.
Okay, so let's focus please on the fence, the gates as currently proposed on the quote unquote proposed layout. And then we'll take it from there. Just treat it for the purposes of discussion right now as a fresh application, nothing to do with what was previously approved,
No deer grate.
okay? We can sort that out later. Either later today or at the next hearing or prior to the next hearing, so it's easier for us to process. Trying to go back and forth on this thing is gonna take all night long.
Well, that's why I gave you the narrative. It's easier to read
Yeah.
the narrative.
The narrative is hard. Yeah, whatever.
Well, because they're not next to each other, Linda, it's harder to process.
Yeah, but I
So-
would say it would have been hard to
The
see.
color coded drawing is very clear.
We do have, well, hold on a sec, Carrie. I was just gonna say, we do have our associates online. And Carrie, you said,
I think the drawings with the color coding, the proposed right now are very clear.
yeah,
If I
Can we
want to
zoom in
give
a
my
little?
opinion,
Yes.
I think the fencing is excessive, and I think maybe start it at the back of the house by the driveway and enclose the whole rear area, but the front yard does not need to be enclosed with fence as well. Then you would reduce a lot of the fencing and the gates at the street and the, you know, a bunch of the wood fence, but on the house where it says BH, I don't know what that is. On the left, upper left corner of the existing main dwelling, there's a little 6-foot gate and the fence, and I think that's where it should start, and all the rest of it below that, below those lines should be negated.
Right there.
Thank you, Carrie. I want to get a clarification for the record. When you say the front yard does not need to be fenced, you're saying, if I may paraphrase, that extent of fencing that close to the streets is inappropriate in this area.
Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly.
Yep, you did.
Joe?
I wish I came up with that idea. I think that's a great idea, and I think that's appropriate. Those are the fence on the corner of the Plum and Nonantum, which kind of forces the double privet and the enclosure of all of that, is troubling. The other elements, the parking that got reconfigured and the pergola and gates internal to the property, no concerns. But I agree 100% with the appropriateness of what Carrie just described. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That's helpful. Val?
Still trying to figure it out.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. She's still working on her comments. Angus?
Yeah, it just would have been so much easier to have side by side and comparing, but I I like the idea of just fencing off the pool and backyard and all that and not going along Nonantum. The character of Nonantum used to be very much on the north side like it is on the south side, where it was trees instead of hedges coming right up to the road. The rural character is really changing there, and I feel like this is contributing to that change. And just how close it is. There's no room for a buffer. And when those hedges lose their leaves, then you're going to be looking across the yard at these pergola gates, which, we had a case in Brant Point recently that just, it's like one or the other, a pergola or a gate, but a pergola gate just, it's like too much. So just a simple gate, if it was fenced in on the south side along Nonantum. But otherwise, I think it would be preferable just to start at the house, the existing dwelling going north, and just do that northeast corner of fencing, and any gates would not include a pergola. It would just be a simple natural wood gate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those gates, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, those gates along the east side are both regular gates. They're not a pergola, and there's no gates going on to Nonantum. It's only.
Hold on,
Plum.
hold on. Angus, just one sec. Okay, that's your clarification. Angus, your comment.
Oh, is that, because this is what I'm talking about, these two look like pergola gates that were being proposed.
Those are pergolas.
So that's a pergola, not a gate. It's
There's a
very
gate
small
in the pergola so the dog can't get through the pergola. Yeah. I'm gonna ask you guys to take a view anyway, so you can see what's already there.
Yeah, well, I want to get down let's cross our Ts and dot our Is, because we're not going to revisit this process and this discussion.
But I think a view is gonna be helpful.
But I don't understand your comment, Linda. There's a tiny little structure here that can't be 4 by 6. And you're calling it a pergola?
Which.
Right
where's
here. Yeah. What is that actual structure? Is
The one
that
next to
an
the-
arch gate? Is a pergola like gate,
That's
an
an
arbor?
That's an arbor, and the one into the front yard is an arbor attached to a
Okay,
36.
well, it says pergola.
I know.
Like that.
The other one's a pergola on top of it.
Oh, it's there.
You got a picture of it
Okay,
right there.
so did that answer your question? I'm not suggesting.
I thought he was talking about the ones on the east.
Okay. Okay. Val?
I appreciate a view.
Okay. I want to winnow down, I think consensus is at this point that I'm not suggesting we're gonna move to approval, but, tonight.
Right.
But consensus appears to me to be, and my comments will be, that having the fence extend all the way to Plum and all the way to Nonantum is inappropriate, given the proximity of the fence to the street that's being proposed. Vegetation would not normally be our purview unless it's to mitigate a structure. So, and in this instance it is. So naturalized vegetation, not to suggest there can be no privet, but a long wall of privet is, I believe, inappropriate there as a screening element.
It's existing, but look at it when you see it.
I understand, but now it's before us to weigh in on, and normally as privet, it wouldn't be, but as a screening mechanism, it is. And this speaks to the comment that Angus had made about just kind of rural nature of that space. And now it's this, I don't know, 220 feet length of privet it's
Yeah.
a little bit much.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Here, right here, you gotta go right here.
On the Nonantum side of that privet hedge, the owners have already planted
Where's that?
several hundred bayberry, which in the hopes of mitigating the privet as well. They
But-
don't want to look at a privet hedge. They've rebuilt that entire natural barrier around on the street side of that hedge.
And on Plum Street.
So hold on,
And on
hold on.
Plum Street.
Thank you, Andrew. So a view will be helpful.
Yeah.
If it is, I haven't studied the view on this. If there's privet 6 feet away from the street and a row of bayberry between the privet and the street, that's not something that I would consider appropriate for vegetative screening in that area. Just to tell you that.
Well, they put back what they took out.
I'm
so.
just telling you, now it is in the HCC's purview because we're looking at vegetative screening of a 6-foot fence. So I'm just giving you, I'm forecasting and broadcasting where you're gonna probably run into some resistance, okay?
Yep.
And it's not undue, given that's now in our purview. So we're gonna do a view, but the consensus is that the deer fence needs to move back. The unspoken consensus is that the deer fence should be a simple galvanized with posts, a monopost situation, not wood and then a metal and then a wood and then a metal. It creates a pattern that's distracting and
They're
foreign.
24 feet apart.
Whatever it is, it should be a single post type utilized consistently. And I think that's the only thing we have consensus on. We have not discussed appropriate visual screening, and there does not seem to be any concerns with the other elements. So it's going to be the fence along Plum, its location, and along Nonantum, and in both instances, the screening. Okay? So we're going to do a view, then we're going to pick this up. I would suggest it would be beneficial for you guys to kind of consider these things and come back with submit a plan that shows a modification consistent with the concerns of the commission, and then we won't have to have a long discussion and we can get you an approval.
Okay.
As long as it's consistent with that consensus.
I think the view is gonna be very helpful.
Okay, yeah, I'm not suggesting it won't be. Okay, so Val, your motion was to hold for revisions? And we'll do a view?
Well, yeah,
Okay, Val on your motion.
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have a hand raised.
you have a hand raised. Is it someone legit? Let's unfreeze them or bring them in and get their name and what their street address is.
I believe it's in the
Didn't
butter.
you already vote and close the hearing?
Well, I just want to recognize that someone's there. We've received letters we've read.
Yeah.
So the public comments have been put into the record. It is a public meeting, not a public hearing. So we didn't open a public hearing to have discussion. We accepted their comments by reading them and receiving them. Is their hand still up? Okay, I just can't see. Claudine, hi. Claudine, please identify your full name and street address.
Claudine Wistful Way, and I am at 25 Woodbine Street.
Okay, great. And so did you catch I presume you caught where we are with this is that we've expressed our concerns. They primarily relate to the views from Nonantum and Plum, which is our purview. And we broadcast what we're expecting, and we will be hearing it again when the applicant provides the revisions and after the commission does a view.
Yes, I heard all of that.
Okay.
And I just have one thing to say, which is, and I know you've read all the letters, but the pictures that were shown were of the former conditions, and we've all seen the pictures of what is there now. And I believe that the speaker was being disingenuous by showing photos.
Claudine,
Excuse me.
Claudine, Linda, please.
That were-
I have to stop you there. We did close the hearing or the meeting on the topic. I think the view is going to remedy the topic you bring up.
Okay.
And I'm not going to entertain discussions that are, or comments that are ad hominem. It's just not appropriate for our venue. And, you know, I understand where they have a public hearing, they have to allow that to occur, but it's not, having been subject to it at a recent hearing, I find no value in it as a firsthand experience. It doesn't, it's not expository. So.
Okay, I just heard you say that there weren't any other concerns or any other elements. That's all. I heard you say there weren't any other concerns.
No,
with the fence.
with respect to the pergola and the relocation, flip-flop of one of the previously approved structures is, just to be clear, that's what I was referring to. However, if you still have a concern, we want to hear about it. If it is, with respect to matters under the purview of the HDC, which are architectural elements and structures as viewed
Okay.
from a public way or publicly traveled way, then, you know, please bring it forth. We'll read them and consider them, and then we'll weigh those into our determinations. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to 199 Cliff.
Steve, 190.
No,
And-
me too, I'm dying.
Yeah, I know, I need a you know, we're gonna take a 5-minute bio break. We've got members
We
who.
can't just get rid of these other two.
So let's refresh ourselves after our break. We're looking at 190 Cliff.
Yep. Let me
And
get the
Linda?
board. Who's the board?
Good evening. Your board is going to be Angus Val, myself, Ray, and looks like Joe on
Okay.
my count.
Okey-doke, and then the alternate would be Carrie.
Joe. But
Well,
No, Joe's on and Carrie would be the alternate.
yeah, she's the
Joe's
other.
on.
She's the other.
Joe happened to review this per consent, so we've got a doubly good.
Okay,
When you're ready.
it's a deer gate grate. We're not calling them cattle grates anymore. They're deer grates. It's over 30 feet off of the dirt road. And it's behind a fence. That's pretty much it.
This is not to be confused with a lizard grate, correct?
No, they'll fall through.
Okay. Second, because lizard fences are on our agenda.
What? I don't want to know
You
about
can't
that.
laugh at yourself. Okay,
If you go down there's a plan there, and then you go down down to the pictures. I think the pictures are gonna be more helpful than that.
I have a
Keep going.
question for the applicant.
yes, go ahead, Ray.
Why does it say, like kind replacement?
The fence is like kind replacement. We could have
Yeah.
done that.
Okay,
separately.
so so that's
Putting
not
out-
really part of the application. You're gonna,
Yeah.
and when you say fence, I think you mean gate,
Gate.
right?
Gate and
Right.
pieces of it.
Because the difference is a fence, if it's behind a fence, it's behind a fence, but the gate is generally open as we see from these photographs.
Yeah, they
Okay.
keep it closed all winter. I know that because
Alright.
I've had other dealings up there.
But let's look, Linda, as opposed to the pretty pictures of the gate and the fence, let's look, yeah, the site plan. I'm only seeing the cattle grate, the deer grate. It's not a deer grate, it's a cattle grate. Let's call it what it is. If it's a duck, it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, the duck. So, we got a cattle grate but we also have fence. So why isn't that shown on?
Because it's a like kind replacement. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew it was being replaced because it's
Well,
rotted out.
Yeah, but is it a like kind of replacement of something that was previously approved, or is it a like
Yeah.
kind of replacement of something that was never approved?
It's been up there since they built the house.
That doesn't, I know you're really good at this, and I know you know that doesn't answer the question.
It's been, I remember when it came in, so I mean,
Okay.
it's been
We're
20
gonna
years.
treat this as if we need to know where the fence is gonna be, and we're gonna treat it as if it's,
The
for
gate,
the purpose of discussion, the fence is fair
Gate.
play.
gate.
Well, you said the fence is being replaced.
No, the gate is being replaced. It got off track earlier. It's gate.
All right.
It's a like kind replacement of the gate.
Can we go back to the pictures? I thought I saw.
I would go
fence.
down,
You did.
go down on the pictures. It's pretty clear.
I thought I saw fence.
No, it's gate. There it is. Keep
Yeah,
going.
so I know I saw that, but didn't
Yeah.
we see fence too?
No. Keep going. Well, there's one that shows it
Good.
even better. Go up above, yeah, that one, the one on the top of that one. No, go down again. Here. Yeah, right there. Right there.
Okay, and Linda, you're, just for the record, you know what, I think these should all be sworn to. A testament, oath. The truth and nothing but the truth. There will not be any fence work done on the site in relation to this application
No.
or the like kind application.
No.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it's simply the gate and then and you're proposing the exact same replacement?
Yeah.
So that would just be a like kind, so.
Yeah, But I wanted you to know that that was
So
part
all
of this.
we're really talking about then is the cattle grade?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew we'd get there. Knew we'd get there. And you're proposing to put it at the tail end of the
Belgian block.
Belgian block.
Yeah, all the way in.
So I have to ask the question because I know someone will. How is the cattle grade going to be effective if where's the fence terminate?
the posts for the gate are on either side of the Belgian block. And the, sorry.
No, that's, go, continue, please.
Yeah, so, so the deer basically have been going around either side of the post for the gate, and the landscaper is building, installing more foliage on the either side to prevent them going through.
Well, don't they, I mean,
They don't jump over it.
is the gate gonna be, is it gonna be slightly wider so that it?
No, the
touches
gate's gonna be exactly where it is. He's just gonna put it into the landscaper's installing more foliage on either side of the gate posts.
Okay. Okay, those are the questions I had. Does anyone have any questions before we dive into this? Can't wait.
I have this is Joe speaking. I have a question, just having reviewed this for consent.
Yes, please.
So on the surface, I thought it looked pretty straightforward, and I was a little confused because sometimes we see applications come in with examples of what somebody wants to do versus literally what they want to do. And I think I finally got to the bottom of that, and now it's clearer. But the thing that jumped out to me was the site plan, and this made me question whether or not anything was changing, because the gate, according to this surveyed plan, is, I mean, it's even sketched over the property line, and then the driveway is clearly over the property line, and there's even an easement for it. And then that made me wonder, like, how is the cattle grate making any kind of enclosure unless there's a fence somewhere on the property that is terminating at the gate? And if there is a fence, is it on this property? Maybe the neighbor. So anyway, it raised enough questions that I thought it made sense to hear from the applicant about what was happening here. Because at first glance, I would think that this thing should all shift to the left, and but it sounds like it's staying right where it is. So
Okay. Yeah, Joe, thank you. And I agree. That's the question is, how is this form an enclosure if it's just foliage and deer eat foliage?
It's
So
called hope.
So there's a wire fence in the hedge that then the posts and the gate are next to.
but the testimony is that the
There's no
deer
wire
sneaked
fence.
through it.
You have a picture of it
Well, I knew I saw a picture of wire fence.
right here.
Where?
It's in the privet behind the post.
Wait, it's in the privet.
Not as far as I know.
Or is that on the gate itself? No, there's fence held up by,
Post.
typical short metal stakes.
Page 5.
The one that shows the gate open against the privet. Okay, look, we're going down a path here that there's no fence approved. It'll have to be a separate thing.
Yeah.
So they're looking for a gate and they're looking for a cattle grate. Does anyone have a concern with the gate itself?
I have no concern with the gate.
Okay, I'm just to see where we are with the gate. Anyone have a concern with the gate?
No, it's a
no,
Like kind, we don't even need to see it. So the cattle grate, where are we on the cattle grate?
For me, it's got to be a lot further off than just at the 35-foot setback. It's got to be way down the road, so you can't barely even tell that it's there.
You can't put it there.
And that's based on the fact that it's a cattle grate and it's not an Nantucket.
Right,
element.
it's just out of character.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record. Vale?
I would rather not give my opinion.
Well, could you?
I don't understand them. If deer jump so high, I don't understand what they do, but
So we're just looking at the appropriateness of the architectural element in this context. So do you think that that it's appropriate in that location or any location?
not if you can see it.
Okay, so fair enough. Just want to understand, and it's, important that they do. Right.
So it is correct that unless it went on the other side, i.e. closer to the road rather than farther away, that, the other side of the Belgian block, there's only two places this can go. Well, there are three, but one would require to remove the Belgian block. So it's as far away from the public way as it can go, but I still don't think it's an appropriate treatment in Nantucket to have the metal like that.
The
Thank
what?
you.
Thank you.
Metal, the
Metal
gate,
grate.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you've approved them behind gates before, so that's why we put it back there.
I'll speak to that when I go. Joe, on the merits of the cattle grate.
I don't think they should be visible, and if the gate design was slightly different, I might buy the argument that, but clearly, I think the cattle grate and the gate are existing simultaneously because they want the gate to be open all the time. So I would just make the gate work and remove the cattle grate. Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree with Joe. I mean, the concept, well, I agree with all the members. The, as a visible element, I think it's out of character, the cattle grates, and it won't be hidden behind the fence, because if it was, you don't need the cattle grate. Because the gate, I'm sorry, not hidden behind the fence, hidden behind the gate, because the gate precludes the necessity for the cattle grate. Joe said it a different way. His might have been even better. So just want to articulate that slightly different. So we are basically looking at a motion, which we rarely get, potentially, Linda, for a denial, or for more information, and you can see, and revisions, and you can see if there's a different location that you would put it in. I'm not suggesting there is, but those are really or a withdrawal.
Then hold it for revisions.
Okay. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. Let's see, that brings us to
Oh, you're still here. I'm still here.
East Street.
34 Easton. Sorry, I gotta get a better way to view these things. It's called glasses. Revision to a hardscape generator. Linda?
Who's my board?
Your board is myself, Angus, Ray, Val, and Carrie.
Gave you, I think, 16 pictures. This is the same treatment down there. They're in the FEMA AE zone. It's like a generator, like so many of them have, that can't be on the ground. Most of them, as I showed you in the pictures, are this particular Kohler unit, in fact. Some of them aren't shielded. Some of them have lattice around them, which has always been the preferred treatment by the HDC over time. And I gave you a picture of the lattice, which is several of them have that same lattice treatment. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
And it's hidden behind the existing privet and behind where the car parks and behind basically down the side of the house. And we're gonna put another bush right smack in front of it on the street side. That's a year-round vegetation.
Okay, thank you. Joe, you had this one, you're not sitting, but was there a simple, like more of a simple question that you needed information that put you to put it forth, or you generally had a concern about the location?
It was really because of previous applications in town with elevated HVAC units on the front corner of a house have generated a lot of discussion, and I didn't feel comfortable putting it on consent. It is layered and probably more layered than some of these other ones, but I thought it should be reviewed by the board.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions before we begin?
I do.
Val?
I appreciate all the examples, but are they all approved, or did somebody just put them up?
The ones with the lattice were approved. I don't, I think some of them put them up with approval, but they didn't put the lattice up. Because I remember some of these. But the ones with lattice, I remember approving a lot of those.
You're swearing under oath?
I spent 20 years here, yeah. And
Okay,
when FEMA changed their rules is when a lot of these had to come up out of the ground. The HVACs came up, the all the rest of it came up.
yeah.
And a lot of people went to.
Yeah, I think the location is probably the biggest concern. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to go.
Angus, then Val.
Yeah, concern is primary here. Because of the elevation, it's kind of a split level, sort of half above and half below the deck level, which sort of calls attention to it. And then the lattice doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It's
That's what
not,
I thought too.
there isn't, vertical boarding or some other kind of thing that, I mean, this is sort of a cross belt suspended cross buck and baluster situation on the deck and vertical boarding on the lower part, and it's not using any of those elements. But my main concern is this needs to go as far back. I mean, this would typically be in the backyard. So to be at the front corner of the porch on a very high profile. I mean, this is the highway to Brant Point. Yeah, that's just inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Val?
For reviewing in that case, see the house right next to it. You can't see this.
I think I'll go to the discretion of the commission. I think that I would only add that, two things. One, if you're going to use a precedent, Linda, so be careful that it's the house next door is okay. And we asked staff to provide a copy of the approval and there isn't one. It's not really going to be to your benefit.
No, I'm talking about the structure itself, how close it is to this.
Okay, but
It blocks this side of the house.
okay. Fair enough. And two, typically utilities are, we require the condensers, this is very similar to be at least halfway back, the facade perpendicular to the street, the primary street. And this is not anywhere near that.
We have a setback issue.
And that, I understand, but that's, not to be insensitive, but it's not the HDC's purview nor its concern. So do you guys want to hold this for review or do you want to continue
like
and
it
make a
for
determination?
review.
I've
Because if
I've
both went
viewed it.
down,
It's
this
very
is-
visible.
Val?
I think if it can move back and I see that there may or may not be enough space for it, but it could move back a little bit. And if it emulated what's going on with the deck, so like what's below it is the boards going up and down and what goes around it is like the railing.
Okay,
I think it'd be more appropriate because it will tie in. I agree, the lattice isn't introducing a whole new element.
we can do that.
Yeah, that's what I would
Okay,
suggest.
thank you. Ray?
I agree with Val, who agrees with Angus. The lattice, I think, is inappropriate, and the precedent stuff is proof of that. I think it should just blend in more with the pretty nice architecture of the, skirt around this building and perhaps the balusters, I don't know, but something more, it wants to look like an extension of the house.
Okay, because we had thought about that, but we thought maybe that would be too heavy, but if that's where you want us to go, that's fine.
Okay, well, just hold on. I want to get us through. Carrie?
I just think it's too bad it's not incorporated into the porch somehow. That porch wraps around and that thing is not very wide, and you could incorporate it into the deck floor and still walk
Yeah.
around it and completely
Linda?
hide
Please.
it. The question also is, where are the AC units? Is that going to come next? This
No.
is a generator. So where is the AC?
That's all already been done when they did the house. I wasn't involved with that.
So, I don't know if you can hear Carrie, but Linda's basically saying it went in without approval, but she wasn't involved in that.
I didn't say they weren't
Right.
approved. They're
No,
part
yeah,
of-
I heard that.
They're a part of the house. I just don't. know
Oh,
where
they were part of that. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misheard you.
They're
Okay,
in the crawl space.
so Carrie, you're opposed to the location.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
just a big fat bummer. But there's also no other place for it to go unless they dig into that porch there and set it in between some of those posts.
Right.
Yeah.
So, thank you. So
Mm-hmm.
Angus, I didn't view it, Angus did, and, I'll be with the consensus that the materials need to change and it needs to slide back as far as it can within the setback. So if it's another 6 inches,
That's
it's,
about what I got.
it's 6 inches more. And you're showing plant material in front of it, correct?
Yep. Something that's year round. as
So-
opposed to the privet.
The only concern, I guess, and it's not an HDC concern, is if you've got privet along the sides and you've got plant materials to the front and the back, you're not gonna be able to service this thing. And we know that that's not something that can be allowed. So I bring it up because where's the give?
That's the walkway, Steve, on the right of it. It's a walkway.
Oh, okay, it has circles in it. I was confused.
Yeah, it's a natural walkway
So the plant material is on the neighbor's side?
on the house side and the front of it. So you can't see it anyway when you're down there.
Okay, but the plant material along the property line between the two is on the neighbor's side.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to
So we
understand.
got plant material
the
on our side
context.
as well, but on the house side and the
Yeah,
walkways between.
yeah,
the
no, I
side.
understand the foundation planning, but I was more,
Okay.
I was curious about the privacy privet. Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
Take a view.
I think there was a consensus that it needs to move back 6 inches and have the materials
Change it
change.
around.
I'm not trying to rush it through, but that's. the
6
consensus.
inches or
I-
12 feet?
Is
It needs to go,
Well,
Well, Linda
Yeah.
said they only have 6 inches under the setback. Why
Well,
don't we say as
Steve-
far back as is possible under
Yeah.
the setback? As evidenced
Yeah.
by an as-built.
Right.
yeah, this is more appropriate back here.
There's- you
And
can't
also
do
there's
it.
a path that goes on both sides. I mean, maybe that is through the chair. Is that a setback there where the path is?
Well, so the setback is off the property line, and what we're not seeing super clear is that it diminishes as it goes to the back
Yeah,
of the
it's not
lot.
square.
So it, unlike the other side, it's a thinner area to work with. Whoa, I just got dizzy. So.
Yeah, so if it moved back and there was just a fence across here, then you wouldn't have to build out in front of it and therefore it could go back further. Like whatever that minimum depth is of the thickness of the
Why
equipment.
don't we just give them a minimum to move it back?
I'll just move it back where as far as I can get it.
Yeah, I think, Linda, the structure of the, part of this can be how it's constructed. A post can be in the setback.
Mm-mm.
A post can be in the setback, but a platform cannot.
Platform cannot. I
Well,
can't have a
it's-
freestanding post, so
Yeah, well, just saying.
I can't have it overhang.
So we wanted to move back at least 10 feet.
Yeah, and I think
It's
just
not coming back 10 feet,
a
guys.
gate can come across in front of it that's just a plank gate that's 4 feet or 6 feet or whatever high to cover this thing.
Well, why don't we say move it back as far as possible within the setback and put a gate forward, a small section of fence with a gate at the pathway. Instead of plant material. You know, it'd be a V groove with a type 2 cap on it. Simple, natural to weather.
Or we match the foundation, like skirt,
What is on there? Oh,
vertical board.
yeah, this is what I just said, vertical board.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be your normal little V groove thing. It's gonna be the vertical board that actually matches. the
Yeah, that's
foundation.
fine. I don't think anyone has a concern with it matching it.
Okay.
It's also, if it's a little fence and a gate, it's okay if it's different. It's this lattice thing that becomes like a pimple.
It's just that we've used it all over the place, so I
Yeah.
just figured we'd
Oh,
do it something
yeah.
insignificant.
Okay, this has gone on long enough. What do we want to do?
Hold for revisions and take a view.
I think that's a good idea.
All right,
That's my motion, as a matter of fact.
thank you.
That's Linda's motion.
Linda's motion. On Linda's motion, Ray,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Bale,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
I,
Well, this is getting,
I just, yeah, I hate to not sign stuff.
No, I know.
Yeah, I just want to encourage everyone, you guys, we are the authority having jurisdiction. You can simply say it is inappropriate, refer to building with Nantucket in mind, and we could be moving through these meetings at lightning pace and encouraging people to actually read and use building with Nantucket in mind, one fell swoop. So
We
keep
didn't
that in
even
mind.
look at the back.
Well, because we're gonna do a view, but Carrie, you've missed the point I was trying to so subtly make.
No, I got your point. but
Okay.
We didn't
But
even
you
look at the
kind
back.
of, your comment interrupted the middle of mine, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, I thought you were.
Okay, so we're gonna move on now to 35 Maury Lane, New Cottage, sauna.
So basically there is a garage with the studio above there now, which was approved for move off demo 2 weeks ago. So right now we're doing a new garage with only one door instead of the two with a studio above. It's similar to the existing structure as far as ground cover. It's a little bit smaller as far as ground cover, but it's more squared off, so it's more usable space. Let me see the
photos would have helped.
well,
Go ahead,
I
sauna.
have the what was the approved for the demo, if anybody wants to see that. Basically it's just white trim, the contemporary doors to match the existing house, 2/2s to match the existing house. That's about it.
Okay.
So the south elevation is really the visible one on Hedgerow. The other ones are not as visible. So
Your board is myself, Ray, Val, and Joe and Ray. You wanna?
I only have one issue here, and that is on the south elevation. You know, if it's white trim, we've got this extensive amount of decking
Right.
facing right to hedgerow. And then we have these sort of, rather ornate doors, which would almost sort of feel better. Is that just like storage under?
it is absolutely like unconditioned, just storage space.
But why
Those
don't-
two things are actually the two things that I had a feeling that you were going to bring up. So we have no problem shrinking that second floor deck and coming in, maybe 2 feet on each side and doing, instead of those more ornate doors, just do a vertical board similar to what we're doing on the west elevation. If you can scroll a little bit. Nope, other way.
Let's see.
The west elevation, you can see on the right, we're just doing a vertical board that's completely hidden within.
Yeah.
So we're happy to change that as well.
Well, that's all I got.
Does anyone else have a concern other than that?
Yes.
Okay, speak to please that concern only.
So this was on my consent list, and the reason that it is here before us is that it doesn't really relate to the house in any way. The existing structure that was approved for move off has some of the same elements, sort of a long sloping roof, and I believe it's even natural to weather, so it kind of, doesn't stand out so much. But the flush dormer, the deck that goes straight across that may as well be freestanding, but then is filled in with vertical board, picture window, French doors. And I mean, all these things are facing the street. And so, yeah, none of that's appropriate. The west elevation, is probably the more appropriate of the things, but even still, one of the biggest collections of windows on the main house is a triple. And so here on the garage guest house is a triple window that seems over fenestrated. And it's weird when structures aren't really clear about what they are. Part of this is reading as a garage, and then other parts are reading as a guest house. And it seems very conflicted, especially in this neighborhood. If this were somewhere remote and sort of not really visible, it'd be one thing, but this is going to be seen from Maury and certainly um, along that lane beside there. So yeah, I had a number of concerns with this.
Yeah, like I mentioned, we're happy to bring in.
Sana, hold
the-
on.
Okay.
Yeah,
And- and the overall height.
and the overall height.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. So I think that was Ray. Val, did you go? Val, please.
It's just the deck for me, and I think the material should probably be shingled and maybe the deck somewhat cut into like a sloped roof or something. Cause there is nothing else on the street really relating to that, like a second floor deck like that. Yeah, so it looks more like it's part of the house than this adjunct add-on thing, but
Okay,
that's it.
thank you. Joe?
Yeah, when I looked at this, I was questioning the siting of the structure, actually. I know it's on a corner lot, so I don't want to get into a zoning conversation, but I thought it was unusual that the setbacks were the same from both streets, and it's causing this to overlap the structure. I mean, I guess it's in the rear, so it's not as much of a concern, but it felt like it was kind of in the same plane as the front part of the house, and I was wondering whether or not it could be pushed back a little bit further, but a little more separation between this and the house. And I didn't know what the house looked like, so that raised some questions. So if I just look at this as a standalone piece, I like Sana's suggestion of the revisions that she proposed on the facade that faces the side road. But personally, I want to drive out there and now see how this might compare to the existing structure.
Thank you, Joe. Sana, what's the plan for this existing structure? Do you know?
What is the plan for it?
Yeah.
We have approved for a move off / demo.
No, I mean the other structure on the lot that will remain.
The main house?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's already done. We have it, it was the only structure on hedgerow that was natural to weather, so it has now been turned into white along with every other house. White trim, white sash, everything, white railing.
Okay.
And there is quite a bit of railing on the hedgerow side of that,
Okay.
because it is the side of the house.
Will you speak to, are there no similarities between this design and the main house?
No, it's very similar. The heights, the window heights, the door heights, the the picture window, if that's a problem, we'd be happy to do, a double hung, like 2 double hungs or something like that. That's over like the kitchenette up in the studio. So, and like I said, we're happy to bring it in so there's not as much white railing. We're happy to make it vertical board below so that the doors disappear below.
Okay, and then can we go to the site plan, please?
And yeah, it's in the same location that the existing garage is now.
Yeah, I know. I just want to get a,
Yeah.
and where are your cardinal points?
They should be, yeah, down there.
Okay.
Yeah, south, the bottom of the page.
For me, the inset of the storage area and I think incorporating that deck into a second a shed roof. So it looks as if you basically have basically an addition. Sorry, I got a crick on my neck. You have an addition with a flat roof and a balustrade. And I think that needs to go away. It needs to come in, a foot or so on each side.
Okay.
left to right, and it needs to have a shed roof that the deck, and the second floor deck and the balustrade are inset into that shed roof to the extent that it's gonna work that way,
Like the main house.
like the main house. So then you're picking up the vocabulary there, which is viewable from the street, viewable from both streets. These houses all have windows, they all have doors, they're mostly the same height. Are the panels, the 2 light is, 2/2 is typical of the main, okay.
Yep. And they also have the contemporary, so like the low.
All right.
on the
For me,
doors.
that should be a natural to weather enclosure on the first floor. And to me,
Yeah, that's fine.
the
That's
concept
natural.
of the simplification of the doors, don't disagree with that at all, support that. And then the concept of changing on the second floor where you have that awning or hopper window, it needs to come into conformance with the proportions of the other windows. I'm not saying it needs to be the same size as a single sash of the 2/2, but it needs to just be brought down. There isn't,
Are you talking about the fixed window?
yeah, there's not a common
Okay.
vocabulary there in the light size proportionally. So it needs to be downsized so that it becomes proportional to the others, in my
Okay.
mind.
We can do that.
That's it for me. So I think where we are is we're looking for revisions
Right.
and a view.
Okay, that's my motion.
And I would suggest, if I may, Sona, get the revisions in and then call for the view, because then we can go out there with the drawings on our tablets.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Cool. Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Honeysuckle.
Honeysuckle, 6 Honeysuckle, new dwelling. Dinah. Why did I put this on not consent? Dinah's stuff is usually pretty good.
Look like everything.
Once we put her through the
Yeah.
the Nantucket HDC ringer on the first set many years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Nashquisset, I think, came to mind because it's like these program developments. Well done, I might add, as with this one. Dinah, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Save me from myself, please.
Okay, quickly. 6 Honeysuckle is a proposed new design, single family. It previously was approved as a different design. It was a little bit bigger. We've wanted to scale it down and simplify it and add gable ends facing the front and the back instead of just a long eave along the back. The lot size is about 16,000. The height of the building at the highest point is 29.4. The second mass is 24.9. And then there's a small one-story shed off to the east. The proposed window sash colors are white, trim is white, and the door is proposed to be Hamilton blue with a black roof. The heavily landscaped perimeter around the site is from previously approved applications, and that's going to remain unaltered. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I've reviewed it and I cannot for the life of me consider why I didn't put it on consent. It is, it's got the proportions typical of that area and the massing and other design elements. Carrie, your board is myself, Angus, Ray, Val, and Carrie. Does anyone have any concerns?
No, motion to approve is submitted.
Hold just for a moment.
Um,
Does anyone have any material concerns
I do.
that would overcome?
My only concern are the French doors without panels and just how visible they are. Is this going to be visible from Old South Road, or is the screening going to be so intense that you won't see it?
More towards the latter, but I'll let Diana respond to that, just because I recall when we made her put in that screening, when it fills in.
Right.
Diana?
Yes, sure, Mr. Chair. It's basically going to be screened inboard of the property line with the Leland cypress that's already there, and then heavily landscaped on the outboard side towards the public way. So you have two sets of buffers. It's a forest and you basically can't put any more screening in there. It's very heavily landscaped.
Thank you. I guess then I just missed having you here.
Oh.
So
Well, my pleasure.
let's see if we get a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Carrie?
Aye.
Okay, Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, hey, we got something to sign. Look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. One Surfside as-built window trim skirt, Devin Murphy. Let's see. Devin, good evening.
That's a hospital.
I drive by this every day. I never know. Oh, this, I know which one this
Actually, I
is.
did
I did
notice
notice
this.
this one. The other thing
Yeah.
I noticed is a long time, not too long ago, within the last 5 years, someone replaced the porch, but the roof plane is out of level. Drive by, you'll notice it right away.
I like the fact that the door stoop is like 3 feet above the sidewalk
Yeah.
with no way of getting
Well,
out.
in that roof plane, the posts were short, so it can't towards the front, even though it's a gable. It's crazy.
Mr. Chair, this came to you as a violation.
This came as a violation. Okay, is Devin with us? Okay.
Sorry, guys, I was accidentally muted.
All right, so
I am
we've
here.
got windows trim and a skirt.
Yes, sir.
Were there pictures in there?
Yeah.
Does anyone have any concerns with this other than it's an as-built? Are the window styles and so on and so forth? Holly had made a comments. Yeah, Holly, why don't you jump in on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a contributing structure actually within the OHD, believe it or not. So because this was done without getting approval first, I think Devin did a good job of trying to provide a window survey as much as possible, provide the details of what the previous conditions were. So appreciate on that. The windows that have already been replaced are Anderson 400 series. So those are not Nantucket profile. They are 2/1s as historically appropriate for this 100-plus-year-old structure. So that would be my only concern is the Anderson. Those are not typical of what you all approve on a historic structure. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. And with that, we'll jump right into concerns.
I could start.
Angus?
So, yeah, the non-Nantucket profile is an issue. And at some point, these windows will need to be replaced and should be replaced with the appropriate Nantucket profile. So, in approving an as-built like this, I would want to see a condition that they eventually are corrected, but certainly not taking out new windows and replacing them now.
Thank you, Angus. Ray?
I think Angus is proposing a very humane solution to this problem. So yeah, I'm on board with that.
Thank you, Val.
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
I'm in agreement. Thank you.
I can only add, given these are Anderson windows, that by the time they need to be replaced, they're gonna be historic.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
and I would just ask that any other work they do over there, they,
And any other work they do over there should be previously approved. Devin, what other work have you got scheduled for over there?
Sorry, I just accidentally raised my hand to reply to you. We do not have other work scheduled here. We have replaced some of the trim that we've found rotten in relation to just doing the window work. But we are only replacing things exactly as we've found them, the trim profiles exactly as we've found them. So that's it. You guys will notice in the description I wrote that Holly pointed out, I didn't realize this until Holly pointed it out, that so just so you guys have a little backstory, this building I've come to understand this building was renovated in the 80s. I think it was completed in 85 or 86. And I think it was originally a single family, and at that time it was turned into a 3-unit. I'm not sure if it was originally, I think it was originally finished as housing as opposed to offices. So it was a basement unit and then a first floor unit and second floor unit. And when that was done, there were those Brosco windows added in the basement foundation and some other minor changes to the building. But Holly pointed out that when we started work on the building, some of the skirt boards around the deck on the north elevation had already been replaced. Many of them were just like gone, or falling into the cavity under the deck because they were totally rotten. And the
Devin,
ones that were replaced before we started
Devin.
work, yeah,
Devin, I
Yes.
hate to cut you off. I mean, I think we've got you to the point as a
Okay.
commission with consensus that,
Yep.
you know, you're going to be moving through on this.
Yep.
We appreciate that. We, you know, obviously for you folks at home eating popcorn, contemplating doing work without an HDC approval,
Bad idea.
keep in mind the very heavy fines and the social shaming that goes on with these types of things. It's very important to keep in mind. The other thing I respectfully request of my cohorts is that these windows will be painted with a full-bodied paint, and the benefit of that is it will show brush strokes, and these vinyl clad windows will start to take on a sense of not being these perfectly molded cookie cutter factory created finishes. I think that might be beneficial, especially given its proximity to the street and the foot traffic that goes by. And Devin, I would urge you, we can't make it a condition of approval, to fix the front stoop so that the roof is level in all directions. It seems like a tiny concession, and it will help to bring the structure back into its original glory, where these windows are kind of one of them is insult and one of them is injury. So if you can cure one of those, it'd be beneficial. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve with the mandate that when the windows get replaced, they apply for the proper windows.
Can we have the part that will actually make a difference, which is a full body paint?
Okay, and that the
Thank
full
you.
body paint.
Okay, on Vale's motion. Angus,
Aye.
Vale,
Okay,
Ray.
I,
Oh, well, we're including the fine, right?
the fine.
Well, yeah.
Yes, I've paid the fine.
Mr. Chair, I believe that they paid it. Devin, did you pay the $500 fine?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Sorry to
Bill?
interrupt.
Aye.
And I'm a no.
Write it in there.
So record reflects 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Welch. Yeah, I'll write it in there. I can still vote with that. Okay, so now we're moving on to 24 Fair Street chimney. Eric, did I see you up there? Do we really write in that in 50 years you got to replace the windows?
they will definitely last that long.
I just.
Well,
it's
why are
pointless.
we putting the paint then?
Well, because the paint creates an immediate visual effect.
I'm getting short.
Thanks. Eric, when you're ready, when you see it up there.
I have a single sided window.
So there's a couple things. That's a stucco chimney. I just lined that chimney, the 2 fireplaces. And so now they're up to code and we can burn fires in it. He wanted me, well, I said, well, maybe I can do something, but, I was gonna do a tear down and make it brick like the other chimney that's on that same house. But possibly thinking that a veneer could happen on that later, and I was gonna do one of my rain caps on the top of that also.
Do we know what the rain cap looks like?
Yeah, that's what Yeah, I brought it in, I brought it in the last time.
No, is this, that's not for the, gas flue, right? This is
No,
wood burning?
it's just for the two fireplaces that are lined now. Just to put that.
Mr. Chair, he's not proposing the rain cap on this application.
Oh, I did. I was throwing the rain cap on there.
Yeah,
It is?
yeah, it says it
Oh,
someplace.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, we need,
Never mind.
we're gonna need to see that.
Never mind.
Well, and oddly, the other chimney does not have it.
And then we can talk about possibly doing a rain cap on that one, or.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, if you're, I mean, you got staging up there, I would suggest that we, because we don't have it and I don't want to hold it up, but that we could move through discussion on the chimney itself. And then come back with an application that is for the caps.
Well, I got the cap already built because I tried emailing you like 3 months ago. There's a situation where I was up six stagings at Murray's. They were having problems and they had to line their furnace. But while I was up there, I was just trying to see if I could build a little cap for it. But yeah, people, especially this time of year, I'm gonna have a lot of water problems with people when they come back. They're getting notice. I get calls, flooded with calls for water problems in their fireplaces, in their houses, and so I've been doing the caps.
Does he have a picture?
I don't, yeah, I think we need to see it before we can approve it, and no one's insensitive to water damage and the need to fix things, but we can't, as a commission, we can't function on that basis. We have a process, we need to follow it. We
Yeah.
need to have full, complete applications submitted,
So,
and then we can act on them.
is there any way of bringing up a prior where I was doing the cap on Farmer Street?
Was it one Farmer Street?
Yeah, one
Yeah.
Farmer Street.
You know what meeting it was approved at?
Oh,
2
boy.
months ago?
Oh, so
Every
it
bit of
was
it.
late.
There's more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's why, I mean, we need to be diligent. I'm not suggesting it isn't approvable, but we need to.
Yeah.
I recall I was actually talking about powder coating it in the terracotta color, so it
Right.
mimics
I do remember
the
that.
owls, so because it makes it at least color vocabulary similar to something that exists, where if it's black, we don't typically see caps that it extends up some distance, right? It's a foot or more tall.
Usually I make them a foot just for the, like, I check the sizing of the flue. And then I figure, what do I need for venting
Sure.
on the thing to allow the
Makes
slope?
perfect sense.
Yeah.
But from an aesthetic standpoint, the idea was to make it blendy, to use a technical term. And color is really the only way you're gonna do that. Because there's nothing about the structure itself that's gonna blend with the brick. It's metal, it's angles, it's bent. Oh, do we have a picture of the?
Did you install that one?
Yeah.
We approved?
Yeah.
You should just
Well,
take a,
it was-
you should take
it
a
was
picture of it and bring
in
it.
HDC 15 years ago. And when Don was here, and like I was building these caps, and they asked me to powder coat them. So I've been powder coating them. I've been making them in copper and powder coating them.
Like,
And he brought it into the.
Yeah, yeah, I do. I remember seeing other ones that I liked that were simpler.
I let that leave it here.
You never know.
That would be a monster bag. It could be another a podium.
It was John and Don Holgate, and yeah, there was like.
No, I think Kathy's referring to you,
Yeah, no, I was just saying, 15 years ago, I had it approved through them.
All right, Angus?
I just had a question through the chair to the applicant. So, um, in one part of this, the application, it says rebuild brick chimney. And then down where it has the east and south, west, north, it's saying a brick veneer and stucco.
Question mark. So right now, it's kind of too late, I think, but if you guys want to approve it that way, I just rewind this chimney. And it makes it a little tough for me which it can be done. I kind of thought of a way where I can brick it. The homeowner wants, because this one's stucco, wants it to match the other chimney. So this one was stuccoed while the other chimney is still brick.
But what was the original chimney? Brick?
It was brick, and then the stucco came in to help with holding the chimneys together and protecting them with weather and snow and all that.
I, guys, I'm having a hard time approving this as anything other than a temporary solution. We have a historic brick chimney that's been covered with stucco. I understand the practical aspects of it, but you know, this is a historic Nantucket home.
Approving what?
The stucco and the cap is a temporary solution.
He wants it to go back to brick.
I want to try and bring it back to brick. So,
You know, so to your point.
Okay, I misunderstood
You're
that.
going-
I thought you
you're
were
going-
saying, I thought you were saying that's what you wanted, but they had you do the stucco instead.
no, the stucco was already on. So now I am trying, the homeowner wants to bring it back to brick because he's got the other chimney that's brick.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying exactly the opposite, which is problematic. Yeah, Holly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure was built in 1741, the Stratton House, and we have an updated HDC survey on it. And one in particular, in the Form B, it does say that the original chimneys on the main block were removed and replaced with the current interior brick end chimneys, likely in the 19th century. And that's quoting Clay Lancaster, the architectural historian extraordinaire. So it sounds like to me that it at one point was replaced.
Right, but like more than 50 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, and just to be clear, your request, your application is for a brick chimney, not a brick veneer.
Well, it's either or. If you're into doing a brick veneer, I could do a brick veneer around the stucco.
Yeah, no. I guess what I'm trying to get to now that I have that clarity is, can we use, I don't think you're gonna get an approval on a cap here without seeing it, and I think given the location and the structure, I think the other time we approved it, hold on just a second, Eric. I think the last time we saw this, if I'm correct, if memory serves, this was not as potentially visible location. It was a treatment on top of a chimney that wasn't as observable or readily observable. This is, yeah, isn't that what, Holly, is that, you're shaking your head, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a different animal because of its visibility. So given, if you're redoing this in brick, I personally think it would be more appropriate to come up with a traditional cap solution, which would be a brick four-side, you know, you build up with your opening and you brick it, and then you have a bluestone cap or something else. This just isn't, there's not, to my mind, these as innovative and useful as they are.
What can I do to protect this chimney right now?
In the meantime, some type of a temporary, you know, if you're gonna brick it, then you're gonna address the aspect.
It's not till winter.
Right. Right. So all I'm saying is that if you're gonna brick it, you can address the conditions of the approval, which would be a full brick treatment. Then, in the meantime, a temporary solution, I personally don't have an issue as long as there's like a big fluorescent sign that says temporary. I'm joking, of course, that cap goes on there.
Okay.
I think I think it needs to be heat painted. There's a brick heat paint. I've used it. They have different colors of brick heat paint for a variety of uses, not least of which is wood stove treatments.
So you'd like to see that?
I just have it blend with that brick or the stucco something. If it's gonna be, if the stucco stays, then it's great to
Stucco's
me.
great.
To me, it should be a monolithic color scheme because otherwise it stands out and it creates more problems than it solves. And I think the commission would be doing, you know, the historic structure a benefit by trying to preserve its interior by allowing a temporary cap. I'm not suggesting that's how the others are gonna feel. I've said enough, Rick.
Well, I agree on the metal cap, but why don't, I like the idea of doing a more traditional cap. And so in order to do the brick veneer, you're gonna have to peel off the stucco.
No, I can bond to this stuff.
Well, no,
You can't get off.
okay, then no. Because right now you've got that little cap that goes around, and if you add on to the cap with the stucco already on it, then you've got a brick that's like 6 inches wide.
Yeah.
You know, everything's gonna go all wrong.
What do you mean? You talking with a brick?
You got brick,
And then
you got stucco on top of the brick, now you're
There's no
sticking
stucco
more
on
brick.
top. There's stucco on top of the brick right now.
Yeah, and you wanna put brick on top of the stucco.
Yeah.
So you're gonna build out your thicknesses and you're gonna have to have.
If you do that too many times, you're gonna have a chimney
Yeah,
that's
it's gonna
10
look-
feet wide.
So I think this is where we are. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Temporary approval with a date certain, and that date certain goes in the calendar. And you would come back with a set, they don't have to be complex, but a set of simple drawings
Yeah.
that show us the chimney that will be built
Yeah.
with the traditional cap 2 months before the work is to begin.
Okay.
So nobody's in a jam.
So traditional drawings, who do I get to do?
You can, I mean, they can be something you can do on graph paper. It doesn't, it just needs to be just, you know, a half-inch scale drawing. You can just lay it up of what you propose with a ruler and a pencil and a pen.
The old days, so.
Well, I mean, we're just trying to work within the confines we have. Yeah, we got a historic structure. We need something to approve. We can't just say, yeah, build a, as wonderful as you are and the job you do, we can't just say, yeah, go build a brick chimney. We just can't do it.
Agree.
So when would you be putting this new chimney in?
Well, I was thinking after the season.
So October?
Yeah, or something.
Okay, so it would, the temporary approval in this in the multiverse that I'm inhabiting right now would be until October 1st, conditioned upon a set of drawings turned in for approval no later than August 1st for the replacement chimney. And if that doesn't happen, the cap is no longer valid and it's gonna have to come off, and that's gonna present a problem for the
So
people.
I have August 1st.
Yeah, so get a drawing in August 1st. It's March.
How do I get my rain cap? I have.
That's gonna be part of what we're approving is
So
a
if
temp.
They don't wanna tear it down now.
Eric,
Let's-
Eric.
Yeah.
What we're discussing and approving is a temporary installation of the rain cap,
Okay.
subject to what you've represented, that it's gonna be replaced by a brick chimney. And then we're conditioning all that on getting some drawings in a timely fashion so that this all comes together in
If they
October.
don't wanna go on the brick chimney route.
Then they have, you know, until October to come up with a solution that the commission is gonna approve. Because otherwise, they're gonna get a violation for having that chimney cap up
So,
there as of
How
October
do I get my
1st.
rain caps approved? Can I, do you want me? to-
He's explaining that to you.
Rainbow colors.
I think the attitude can be left at the door, number
Yeah.
one.
Just don't know what to do. This was approved 15 years ago. So here I
What-
am.
Eric, you didn't have those rain caps 15 years ago.
Yeah, I did.
Well, where's the drawing that shows it? Where's the approval?
We had Don Holgate, we had John.
Eric, well, I can't work on anecdotal
Yep.
comments, like where, you know, there's an HTC file repository, bring the drawing in and maybe that'll change our mind. I don't think so. But if you're looking for solutions, we're here, we're trying to collaborate and make it happen. If you're looking to get a carte blanche approval for your chimney caps, my friend, it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Whether
So
whether they got unicorns on them or not.
what do you propose?
I've already
What do you-
stated it.
I'm just asking what you propose that I can go forward with the rest of my life and my career here and take care of people with a leaky chimney.
Do what they've done for hundreds of years. Build them the way they built them for hundreds of years.
I'll show you those leaky chimneys.
Okay.
I have
I
a
think we've gone
question.
far enough. Do we
Okay.
want to hold this or do we want to make a motion?
I have a
I'm not comfortable making a motion as I previously stated.
I have a question. Is this going to be an active chimney between now and the fall, or is it just?
They got brand new Reliant fireplaces right now, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna try and use it.
You were thinking about wrapping it in plastic.
No, I mean, a typical thing that people will do is put a little wood, cap on the top
Oh.
that is painted, some color that fits with the chimney, and it disappears rather than this, a metal cap
Right,
is
basically,
not
right.
appropriate for this house.
If I make it gray like the chimney,
He's talking about his metal cap. You're talking about a piece of plywood.
Yeah.
So I think there's a disconnect here that I've attempted to cure with a temporary solution that would then blossom into the brick chimney that we were just, and brick traditional cap that we were just told was in order and on order, and now that's changed. So
well, no, I'm trying to get approval for the rain cap for now. And the homeowner would like to tear down that chimney, but I relined this chimney. And it wasn't gonna happen this spring, because I was running around. So I said I'll add it with the HTC meeting, so the cap. With how it is, as a stucco chimney, I wanna try and get approval, but you're saying come visit in August. For approval on a brick chimney with a.
the consent is that, well, let's back up. We're gonna do this once and then we're gonna close the hearing. The application is to replace the chimney. The HDC is reviewing the application.
My application is for the rain cap.
It says.
Powder coated stainless rain cap and then rebuild brick.
And then
chimney.
rebuild brick chimney. It's the same application, Eric. We don't do these things over the course of 6 years. It is, the application is a powder coated stainless rain cap, comma, rebuild brick chimney. So that is what we're acting on.
Okay.
If you're, are you saying you're not gonna, this application is actually not to rebuild the brick chimney? Which is what you appear to be saying. Is that correct?
Yeah, do you want me to just come back for the rain cap? I don't know.
Actually, I got an idea. So the owner wants it to be brick.
So that's something I was gonna talk to.
That's a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Owner wants it to be brick. That's a longer term project. I believe what Stephen is proposing is if they're worried about the rain coming in over the summer and they want to burn fires. The board, he's suggesting, without knowing how everyone's going to vote, but he's suggesting that you put your metal cap on temporarily with a remove date of October 1.
Okay.
October 1. But before the remove date, by August 1, you come in and you say, this is what I'm going to do with the brick chimney. And then you take the metal thing off, and then you rebuild the chimney over the winter.
Yep.
That's what I believe the chair is suggesting, which I don't think is a bad idea.
A couple of times.
Just to keep you moving along.
Yep.
Should I make that motion, formulate that as a motion to see where it goes?
I don't know that
Is it
everybody
gonna
else is gonna be comfortable with
okay,
that, but I'm.
but,
comfortable with it.
can I just, is it worth me making that motion?
The only thing that is, you please include date specifics for
Yeah.
termination.
Yeah.
And the submission of replacement drawing.
Right.
And the color to match the existing
Stuck-
material stucco.
The
Yeah.
gray? Okay,
The cap, yeah.
okay. So here's my motion. The motion is to approve as a temporary measure a metal cap that will be painted gray to go on top of the current stucco chimney. That cap will need to come off by October 1st of this year. In the meantime, by August 1st, we will have a proposal from you that says how you're going to rebuild the brick so that it looks the way it looks now, but brick, or it looks like the one on the other side of the building. Okay?
Okay.
That's my motion.
On your motion.
Aye.
Let's see, Val, Angus.
Aye.
Where were we? Geez, seems like a year ago. Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an I.
Okay,
Okay,
there we are.
we're good. We're temporary. You can get moving.
He's
We
got
can
it.
Move on.
Yep. Okay, 48 Bartlett.
You're gonna write that up.
Hooah!
Yeah.
I guess.
Please be really careful with that.
Yeah, no, I will.
Okay. No, okay, so, well, we'll do it of the four-person, just since I hadn't activated Joe. We don't need a supermajority yet, so. Let's move on to,
Mr. Chair. So 33 Vesper, it was incomplete. It was missing an application. But this is actually the application, so they're gonna hold it for now.
33 Vesper. Okay, sorry, I was looking at 48. Okay, so that's a hold. What about 48 Bartlett?
48.
I have 48 Bartlett as our next one.
Yeah.
Rooftop solar, Cotuit Solar.
She's not there.
Okay, she's not here. So we'll do 30 minutes. Well, we won't do, well, 8:20. We're out of here at 8:30, so. 48 Sparks, I had this was actually put on consent, and unless someone has a concern, I would what?
I didn't cut and paste properly.
No, it's fine. I wasn't gonna mention your name at all. I thought, or anyone's name. Irish Catholic Gill. I know I'm a recovering Catholic myself. 48 Sparks Ave. Does anyone have any concerns with the press box? It's a press box. It's made with weatherproof materials that they can actually use for staging and staging stadium type stuff. And I'm not even going to open it if I don't have to, because it was on consent. So unless someone has a concern with it, it's still consentable. Does anyone have a concern with it? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve? Joe, you'd be on this. Can I get a motion to approve 48 Sparks press box?
So moved.
Thank you. On your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Val, Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you very
Now-
much, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. You made it easy to, it's a good looking little structure.
All right,
Clive,
thanks, guys.
Take care.
Ethan said hold his
Ethan,
5-step. Ethan before.
5-step, he said to hold. Did we get any? I just want to double check. 33 Vesper, 48 Bartlett, 5-step. I don't anticipate it, but did we have any comments from neighbors on those?
No.
Okay, so those are holds. No issues. 61 Cliff Road, we're gonna run out of runway here because
Mine too.
Oh, shucks. Come on. We still have 40 minutes. left.
yeah, and we're gonna not have anyone here. Matt's here, 65B Surfside Road, rooftop solar. Uri's doing solar. All right, Uri, see what you got.
Is he gonna screen share?
Uri, are you screen sharing?
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, took a while to connect.
Thank you.
Okay, I can screen share if that's easier.
I think so. Post haste.
Here. Okay, so this is an application for it's a new building on the 65 serve site, 65B. It's behind the one that was just built. It is right here. It was approved previously, and we are applying for solar panels. I need to scroll down to the here site plan. Solar panels on pretty much the most south and west exposed roof planes, which is the one. It's facing the kind of the front, but not the Surfside Road, and then the west dormer and the roof above the porch. So the roof is proposed to be black
Okay,
shingles.
thank you. You're right. So your board is
So it won't be too
myself,
visible.
Angus,
On that.
Ray, Val, Carrie. Oh, Carrie's not with us any longer. Oh, she's back. Okay, Carrie. Because we didn't get a vote on her on the last one. Maybe she had technical difficulties. Okay, so Uri, it's myself, Angus, Ray, Val, and Carrie.
Who's on my consent? You want me to? skip?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what put this here instead of consent is just like the very first thing, the solar right on the front facade of the house above the front porch. So that was the primary issue. The rest, I think, is relatively screened and is in the back. So yeah, that was my issue.
Thank you. Does anyone have a concern? And if so, please state it.
I have a question.
Okay.
I thought it was the building in the picture.
No,
And
it's actually building behind it where that white van is, which is not built yet. It was just approved.
So this is a structure that hasn't, and has the 65B been approved?
Yeah, and these are the photos, from Surfside, obviously, where the building will be kind of behind this
Yeah.
one that's already built, and
I
kind of
would suggest that so I think what we need, actually, I know what we need is we need to see the adjacent lot and the
Yeah.
structures footprints. Doesn't have to be buildings or anything, but we need to be
the
able to
building
see
is
site
somewhere
plan.
here.
Yeah, we need to see a site plan that reflects it so we can accurately determine the potential visibility, so we can then accurately, or rather we can make an informed decision on an individual basis. So I think what we're gonna ask for, and given the structure's not constructed yet, I think you've got a little bit of time. We're gonna ask for additional information in the form of a site plan that reflects the neighboring structures. In
You want the
particular,
site plan?
in
Sorry.
particular, the one along Surfside Road.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the site plan will be enough, or you want to see some elevations too from Surfside?
If you can provide the elevations, I don't think anyone's gonna,
I really thought it was this building
object.
because it looks so similar.
So can I get a motion to hold for additional information being a site plan reflecting?
So moved.
The adjoining and also some elevations. Thank you. On your motion.
Okay.
Val. Angus.
Hi.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Thank you, Uri.
Thank you. Good night.
19 Washington Street roof change.
So, Mr. Chair, Angus, this is actually on your list and you missed it in the review and I emailed you. Did you get my email? Might not have. So you know.
Let me give it a quick review here.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna hold that one while Angus refreshes his memory. 11 Davis Lane, Matt?
So this.
And Joe will sit.
So this,
That's the president.
your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll
Please.
jump into it. So this is an application really for replacing a door, a window with a door. So this is a house that's been approved. It's under construction. This is the west elevation, which is technically the back of the house. The previous approval, if you look in the upper left-hand corner here, shows there was a window, and would love to have another door just for symmetry and balance. But it was a door window. It just always annoyed me, and I just feel like it looks more consistent with the door.
That was it, Matt?
That's it.
And Angus, you had this one? Was that just the straw that broke the camel's back for you or what?
Which one is this? 11 Davis.
11 Davis. Or did you maybe have a question that you didn't get answered, but Matt's now answered?
It's just the door?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought I had it on consent.
There's two applications, one for a ground
ground
array
array.
of solar and
No, I don't have any concerns.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Matt.
No worries.
Given that there's no concerns, does anyone else have a concern? And if you
No.
do not, forever hold your peace because Vale's gonna make a motion.
motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
it would have been poetic if you had done it. Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Look at that. We're getting stuff signed.
Uh,
28 Maya Comet, and then we're gonna go back to 19 Washington Street.
28 Maya Comet's gonna hold.
You sure? You were on a roll, Val.
My nephew has drawn that one and
He's gonna rep. Nice. Alex, front of the HDC.
So hold.
So that's a hold.
Hold.
Are we ready to go back to
19 Washington,
19
number
Washington.
8.
number 8?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. I think it wasn't available, like the system was cracking when
Oh.
I was trying to see it. Yeah.
And you've since reviewed and are comfortable it's been sensible?
I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
just to make sure we're all, okay. So, with that said, and noting Carrie would be sitting, does anyone else have a concern? And if not, please provide a motion, Angus.
Move to approve as submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Nye?
Aye.
Oh, Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to 18 Williams. Is Ben with us?
No, Mr. Chair, he was, but he.
All right, well, we'll put him on hold and we'll take up George at, NLB, 39 Prospect. Do we have a Nantucket Land Bank rep?
No.
George, why don't you hop up before you lose your opportunity, my friends? I just beat feet to that mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next two applications are related. There's a guest house that's under construction out on Hawk Circle. And with that approval, there was a 12 by 15 wood ground deck. And a board screen fence. We're asking to eliminate that and replace it with a ground patio, a granite ground patio, essentially the same footprint with a walkway from the new guest house to the existing yoga studio. And we're also doing a cleanup a little bit here. We had previously approved a second curb cut there with cobblestones. We're proposing to eliminate that and just keep the existing hedge that's there. The photographs will show a fairly heavy hedge all along Hawk Circle. That's being restored and replaced. And we don't think that this is really visible at all. And obviously, eliminating the second curb cut is less impact on Hawk Circle itself.
Okay, thank you. Angus, Ray, Val, me, and Joe. Any concerns? Oh, wait, who had this? Carrie. Okay, well, Carrie, why don't you state what your concern was?
I
if you
had
don't-
it, and it really wasn't a concern about what they're doing. It was a matter of the applications. There were two applications, and I was like completely confused. One was eliminating the deck, one was building a patio, and I didn't understand why there were two applications.
Through you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, go ahead.
When I submitted the original ground patio switch, I was told that we had to put in a formal application to eliminate the previously approved wood deck. So that's why there's a second application. I mean, really, and that was just through discussions with staff.
Okay.
I had no problems really. I just thought it needed to be cleaned up, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Carrie, just to be clear, no problems. You deem this consentable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, showing there is a God and he is looking down on us. Can you maybe, if there's no other concerns, make a motion?
Motion to approve. I've submitted.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, actually, you're not activated. Joe, would you mind if I activate Carrie and you get the next one?
I'm a little bit heartbroken, but I'll let it pass.
I knew it.
Joe.
We'll make
Knew
it up
it.
to you.
Carrie, that motion again?
Approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to 198 Hummock Cabana, Matt, regular board and Joe.
While Matt's getting set up, I wasn't being rude before raising my hand. I was going to actually offer to do that gentleman's drawings for nothing on the 20, but then
I
again,
didn't recognize your
So-
hand up. I apologize.
No,
I
that's
didn't
okay. That's what I
recognize
was
it 'cause
going to
didn't
step
see
in
it.
because he seemed a little confused about how to get drawings. So
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do after coming to HTC, so I can do that.
Yeah.
So if he contacts either you or Kathy, let him know, give my information.
He'll be thrilled. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, I saw that that wasn't going anywhere good.
Yeah.
Is that like an open invitation? Kidding. Just kidding.
Proving we can laugh at the HDC.
See? Gotta laugh.
A lot of proving going on this evening.
Gotta laugh.
Good for us. Okay. Boy, we're getting them signed. Let's keep going. Matt,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is the cabana up first there?
no.
Great. Okay, so this is 198 Hummock Pond Road. You've seen this before, obviously. This is the cabana. Let me just scroll through it. So just to recap, we're still showing the garage in its previous location. That is coming in under separate application. What we've done is we're holding off, we're relocating that garage based on the HGC's comments. So just for the sake of this site plan, that is a placeholder. We're not applying for that at this point, but we are showing the cabana here, which is clouded in red. So these are behind the approved main dwelling structure. The cabana itself is a small one-story structure. It's an open structure. It does have a small percentage of ground cover in the form of this half bath, but the remaining portion of it is an open air structure. So it's fairly simple. Try to keep it as low as possible. It's really just like an outdoor entertaining area. The back side of the wall is solid, and that's in deference to the abutter, and just trying to, kind of create like a barrier, if you will. There'll be landscaping, of course, which will come under a separate application. So we've tried to keep the structure very simple and aligned with all the architectural details that were approved as part of the main house. So color, window style, trim style, etc. It's all the same. So just going to grab my power cord really quickly while you guys are talking, because it's going to run out of battery.
Okay. Val, you had this.
I simply didn't put it on consent because there was so much controversy about the house. I thought it would
You might
be
wait.
discussed.
Okay.
Yeah. Not, I don't have any issues with it. I just
Okay.
didn't wanna.
No, understood. Matt, speak to visibility.
I do not believe it's going to be visible, given its limited height and distance from the road and the fact that it's behind the approved dwelling.
Okay, your board again, myself, Angus, Ray, Val, and Joe. Does anyone have any concerns with us?
No.
Val, would you like to make a motion
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion?
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. We're gonna move right, Matt, I failed to mention, forgive me, we're in the lightning round.
Yes, that's great. Love it.
So
Stuck around.
everybody double step. Guest house.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin. This is a guest house. Again, it is located directly across from the just recently approved cabana. This is a 1.5-story structure. It sits behind. We believe that the garage is going to shift further forward, so it creates between the main house and the garage form a little bit of an L, if you will. So it's not in its current location. So it probably will serve to provide some obstruction in terms of visibility. Again, the footprint is very small. It's 18 by 26. It's 1.5 stories. Again, we're trying to create some outdoor living spaces. Got these 2 flanking covered porches. Again, all details to match the main approved house.
Thanks, Matt. Val, do you want to comment?
Again, it was given the property and the neighbor concerns. And personally, I just think it's with the wings a little bit too big for they just seem
Like,
huge.
it's gonna take flight.
Yep.
Okay, Joe's on this. Joe?
The house itself isn't, it's
Viewed frontally, but I mean, if we were looking at this elevation from the street, I looks like it is about to take flight, but I think it's got limited visibility and you're going to be seeing mostly a shed roof and the top part of a gable. And it looks like it's going to be blocked by a garage in one way or another. So based on that, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Ray.
and it's almost 26 feet.
26 feet tall.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just think it's an extraordinary amount of porch, and then the chimney sort of hanging off the end of that porch. I don't know.
Matt, have you got some concessions, or are you just gonna keep going with it and we'll keep going? I'm
We
just
could-
curious.
We could omit the covered porch on the left, perhaps. So then you just have the one on the right.
Not take them both down a little bit in terms of depth.
Um,
I don't think anyone's concerned with having two. It's that they're so deep relative to the structure
Yeah.
and going away from it, so that the shed roof is extended disproportionate to what we're used to seeing.
We could reduce some depth. I could take 18 inches out of both sides if that's helpful.
Take 1.5 feet, so
Yeah.
3 feet off.
3 feet off the overall length.
Okay, okay, Joe spoke, Ray spoke, Angus?
Yeah, to Joe's point, because we're looking at the end of it, we're not really getting the profile wing picture. That was that makes it easier for me to getting the 18 inches out of each. The main concern for me is to get the profile that you would see, I guess, from the north of the west. Porch and balcony and all that. That seems to be sticking out, but they're the two buildings in between. I mean, there's the garage in the main house and then the driveway bends through. So that would be one of those things that if it's not visible at inspection thereafter, I'm okay with it.
Okay, yeah, because you're gonna see that. And I'm just looking at this. You're gonna see it from, if you see it at all, Matt, where's the garage being relocated to?
I think it's going to slide
Back.
further toward, well, actually, we were thinking forward, which again, you may not love, but that was the idea.
Okay, but in any event, it's gonna stay on the same axis?
Correct.
Okay, and relative to the other. So I'm good with that at a foot and a half off the depth of each is an exhibit A, if someone's willing to make that exhibit A in the motion. But they have to make it tonight.
If I could make a motion, I would.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's my motion? Steven?
We're gonna take a foot and a half off each
Each
depth,
side.
and then,
And you do an exhibit A?
well,
Okay,
you
that-
would do it, but we would do it as a motion.
That's my motion.
Thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
I'm a no.
I'm a yes, and for the record, 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Commissioner Oliver.
Thank you very much.
I can do it.
Okay, so that's that. Now we're on to 23 New Street. Marty, good evening. You're here to add a lattice.
You skipped them.
To be covered with flowers.
Oh, Carrie's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Marty.
Marty, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I'm jumping ahead. Carrie, are you representing?
I am.
Okay, great. Why don't we hear from you?
Thanks. So this is a house out in Sconset on Bayberry Ave. It's sort of closer to the lighthouse than the village. It's called the Gables. And we came in, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago now to lift it off of its location, put it on a new foundation, shifting it sort of out of the setbacks. And we want to do that still. That approval is expired, and we are doing more work to the house now that we've done a garage studio in the back, which you guys approved, and it's built now. It's a photograph at the top of the screen right now. And so if you want to look at the site plan to see where the new house or the existing house will move to, that would probably be helpful. We're just trying to renovate to make it habitable for year-round use, and there are a few additions, and they're mainly in the back of the house. There's a few things on the front of the house that I think we're trying to simplify it a bit. If you look at the front elevation, you'll see it's very odd. And we think what we've done is to simplify that front elevation. It's kind of got a garrison overhang on the second floor, and then it steps back and it's got this weird tall piece and I don't know, one single gable dormer, which is funky. So we're just trying to clean up the front, simplify it. The additions on the back are a 1-story mass and an extension of one of the odd gables on the side. You can see it there on the east. Is that the east? Yeah, on the east elevation. We're extending that and changing out a bunch of windows and adding a couple doors so they can use it as a mudroom. We're adding another window on the second floor, a stair to the basement on the side there. What else? And that 1-story mass on the left, you can see on the east. If you go to the south elevation, I think that's the rear elevation where most of the actual additions are happening. Nope. Yes, that's right. South. Can you scroll? Oh, to scroll to see the south elevation up top. Yeah, that one. Scroll down, I guess it is. Is that down?
Yeah.
No, other direction.
Up.
I guess that's, I want to, yeah, show the drawing on the top of the screen. So bring that down. Nope.
Which one am I looking at, Carrie? South or
South,
east?
yes. South is, keep going a little bit, little bit. Okay. Sorry, maybe my screen is screwed up.
Yeah, we've got it centered in the screen pretty much.
Okay, so my screen is screwed up. So here we are, you can see we're adding a second floor deck above an addition, which is on the rear, which is a 1-story bump out. And then to the right, you see a 1-story bump out. I guess it's easier if you just look at the big drawing to see what we're changing from the little drawing.
I think it's a net benefit. I don't.
Hard to
think you need-
describe what's happening, but
Yeah, I don't think you need to dig into it too deeply. I a net benefit.
Okay, thanks.
Like you've done a nice job with it. So what about the other elevations? Any major changes that we should look at, the
No
totality of?
major changes. We are redirecting the driveway. So it's over on the mudroom side. So that elevation with the that's the east. We were just looking at it. Is going to become a little bit more visible. Right now there's a hedge, and there still will be a hedge, but we're moving it out a little bit. So
Okay.
this one here. And that elevation actually hasn't changed that much. It's mostly fenestration.
Right, and so the lower left shows it, and again, it's a net benefit. I mean, you're showing,
You.
well, can you argue that that's more balanced? Or isn't? So Val has concerns, so let's start with her.
Okay.
No, I just, you're, yeah, whatever.
Val,
It's a
if you have
funky
concern,
house.
state it.
For me, it's mostly the front. I know it's funky now. But I just think now it's so generic and it lost that charm of the cottage that it was.
You want to go back to the front? That's the side.
Anything else, Kevin?
No, not at the moment.
Does anyone else have a concern? Well, it's your chance to talk.
Okay, no, I have nothing else to say.
Yeah.
Right,
I do.
Joe?
Can you just zoom out a speck so we can see the north elevation and the west elevation? Yeah, okay, that's probably good just to give an overview. So the thing that I was looking at is how are you keeping this on the north elevation? How are you keeping the main roof, that eave line running through? And when I look at the west elevation, the side view, that shed dormer, if I'm reading this right, is that whole wall plane is forward of the front wall, the first floor wall.
That's the condition that exists all the way through, except for that little gable dormer. So we're just continuing it through. It's that weird, like garrison sort of detail.
Okay.
And then the main roof is held off just a couple of feet, which is.
I see. It's hidden in the existing west elevation. It's hidden by the gable dormer that's there.
Dormer, yes.
Oh, okay, so you're just pulling that all the way through.
Yes.
Okay.
They're just trying to make a habitable bathroom in there. It's really not good, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, Joe?
No, I have, now I understand that a little bit more. Gee, I almost wish it was just all in one plane and, but it's definitely a quirky structure. Okay, now and you're working with the quirkiness of the existing house, and that existing gable dormer by itself is a little peculiar. So I'm trying to keep Val's comments in mind about maybe changing some of the quirkiness, but I feel like there's enough quirkiness still here. So I guess I'm okay with it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ray.
Just the right amount of quirkiness has been
Retained.
Thank you.
Angus, did I get you?
No, not yet. I think I am probably in Val's camp as far as just it feels like the front has become a more of a monolith, and getting wider. It just feels more of like a block. And the dormer, now it's not even really reading as a dormer. It's like a shallow pitch, just 2-story piece there with the overhang.
It's an extension of the existing dormer or of the
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is that it's
Hold on, Carrie.
extending too much. And the other sides, aren't really an issue for me. It's really this facade for me. Yeah, I think it's too much to add that to the right of the door.
Thank you. I guess that leaves me. Can we zoom in on the north elevation existing, please? Upper left.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. More. You want more?
That's good. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's all right. It's six of one, half a dozen of another. It's in my
Agree.
mind. It's, you know. I think it's approvable.
Here, I'm gonna make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
No.
Angus.
I'm enough.
Ooh.
I'm an aye.
Oh.
So, 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Commissioner Oliver and McLeod. Okay. Marty. Thank you, Carrie.
Oh. Aye, for ya.
Yeah, put a no on there.
What's the new policy for the last person who we hear is something about a magnum of champagne or something?
Yeah, at Fairgrounds immediately after
Yeah.
the meeting.
For each of the commissioners?
Yes,
That
and,
might just be you.
or a gift certificate in lieu. And named, made out to the town of Nantucket, of course.
To the chase, this was me, and I didn't have a problem with it, but it's an old house from 1840, so I thought everybody should have one.
Okay,
Thank you
so,
for that.
can we pull it up, and Marty, if you would kindly rush through this so we can
Thank you
have,
very much.
we
There
have
are
Holly's comments and we can.
two gates and one fence facing the street. I'm looking to add lattice to the top of them. There in a matching circle and oval. And on top of that fence, the lattices actually match the lattice on the wall at 8 inches on center. And they also match the fenestration on the windows. I'm looking to do them at 3/4 inch, quite thin. I don't really want to see a lot of lattice on that I'm looking to remove that top rail on that one. Actually, I'm have the lattice itself carry that. It's also going to be covered in vines so that it will still work as a gate, but can flex. And it doubles as deer protection.
So that's
And can we see the site plan?
2 different applications.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I am too. I was
Really?
talking about the little shed with the lattice. I didn't see that.
I wondered
you-
what happened. The shed was on the piece of paper I printed yesterday, but it's not on this one. And there was a bike shed on the side of the building, but when they put an addition on it, the bike shed went away. And the owner wants the bike shed back. So there's lattice on the side of the building, so I just matched the side of the lattice and I matched the pitch of the roof. And it's just high enough to take 4
Okay.
bikes.
I thought it was the shed. That's the one that I did.
That's what, I don't know what happened to that. There were 2 applications.
You had one that was moved to consent with conditions, a covered patio.
That would
Yeah,
be
the
the shed.
covered patio. I didn't really understand the way that was.
Yeah, that's the one that was moved to consent with conditions. And then you wanted them to review this.
Right, but I just clicked, I don't have it. Oh, right here.
Hey, guys,
It's right there.
Okay. go ahead.
so am I clear? The shed
It's fine.
was already approved consent with
Oh, okay,
conditions?
thank
No, I'm asking.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh,
No. On tonight's agenda, the covered patio was approved with consent with conditions with adding the date of construction.
Were there-
Yeah.
there
shed.
3 applications?
No.
No,
only-
No, the shed and the
Two.
covered patio.
So the one we're reviewing right now, Marty, is the moon gates that are gonna get the lattice in them, 2 of those, I think.
Right.
And a fence that's existing that's gonna have lattice above it. That's what
Correct.
we're reviewing
That's
right
all I
now,
want,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. So this is the locations.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
are the locations, these. And then can we go back to the so, yeah, can we zoom in on that? That being the gate elevations.
Yeah, I'm
proposed.
trying to see. Oh, there you go.
And Marty, these are from I presume from the interior,
Yeah,
which doesn't representationally makes it more difficult, but so we know
yeah,
that.
it's edible, but it's actually eaten by the hedges that are there, but.
All right. And Val, you had this, do you have any?
It's just unusual, so that's all. But if it's behind hedges, I don't know. I mean, I guess it is.
Well,
It
no,
looks
this,
like at the head of the driveway, it's not.
yeah, it's at the head of the driveway.
Yeah, they had the driveway, they got a 2-car park there.
Yeah, okay. Does anyone have any questions other than what we've just been answered?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please,
This is natural to weather, right?
Carrie.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're gonna be seeing is the white stuff, that's gonna stand out, and then this natural to weather is just gonna sort of like
Disappear.
dissuade the deer from coming through.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
All right, so is it on the application as natural to weather lattice?
I'll check.
I've only saw white.
Painted white.
Yeah,
No.
I thought so
White to
too.
match.
No, it just says trim with white.
If
Well,
you
that
look
would-
at the drawing,
Oh, no,
with the arrow, it says painted white.
I have a
Okay,
question.
so
too.
Ray, Angus,
So, I mean, it looks like the lattice is just sort of free floating. Is there not a frame or anything that contains the lattice?
The framework of the lattice actually screws into the back of the fence, so the gate and everything works, it just opens and closes with it.
He's
So it's
talking about
kind of like,
the.
it's just like fenestration on a
But-
window.
But he's
Just-
talking about the arch and the fact that there's no kind of like
There's no
border to the, yeah.
yeah, okay.
Because all the house has that.
So
with
Angus, the
lattice.
answer is that's the design.
Yeah, right.
Comments?
Yeah, so I would be fine with the plank going up and having the arch, but this, it seems out of like strange, out of character to have this floating lattice on top of the fence or gate. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's the details are off. Maybe it needs a frame and all needs to be the same. But yeah, there's some of it seems off with it.
Okay, Val?
I don't. You don't wanna render an opinion.
No, I've just never seen anything like it.
No.
So I'm,
So guys, it's either appropriate or it's not. We're really hemming and hawing here.
I'm not.
I think it's like, it's just sconset. Is this appropriate or not?
I'm struggling more with the gates than I am with the thing at the end of the driveway.
Oh yeah, I didn't comment at the end of the, I'm more fine with that. It's the gate and right on the street.
Okay, Val?
That's what I just said.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's really hard to understand the consensus point if I'm struggling with, like, anything we need to be clear, are these appropriate or they're not appropriate?
Who's the fifth member on here?
Haven't gotten to Carrie yet. She's next.
Okay. Cause I think that will be
The-
revelatory.
May I?
No, please, Marty. I want to try and get through. We're normally out here at 8:30. Carrie?
I think the floating trellis thing around the gates is not appropriate either. I don't mind it at the fence. But I'm also not sure where we're gonna see it exactly.
Okay, thanks. I'll be less equivocal. I think these are both inappropriate. I've never seen anything like them on Nantucket. The gates look like they have a globe that they're embracing, but it's incomplete. It's beautiful in terms of like artistic, but it's not a sconset, anything that has historical reference. Unless it's a deconstruction and a reversal of an arbor with a gate, and it's been deconstructed into a globe that fits inside the gate. At the end of the driveway, there's nothing to suggest that there will be two cars there on a regular basis or not, and we don't have any control over cars. And I think that given the design, it's inappropriate, and it's inappropriate to encourage that solution in essence, the Sconset Old Historic District. Nothing against Marty. It's just, that's my opinion on the appropriateness and why. What do we want to do?
I have another question, Marty.
Yep.
Will there be stuff growing up on this lattice at the end of the driveway?
Actually, all of the gates have clematis vines on them.
And I have a follow-up question. What are they planted in if they're gates?
That's why they're using the vine. The vine actually moves with the gate.
I'm even more concerned now.
That's weird.
Well, not everything is a gate.
Fake?
A sturdy plant like a rose wouldn't.
You've got a hinging clematis on each of these.
I'm still confused as to what we're going to be seeing and where.
I'd make a motion to hold for more information and revisions.
Okay. I think that I don't know that the applicant's agent has enough information to make revisions because I don't think a consensus has been formulated. I'm struggling. We've gotten, Val, please don't have a tantrum.
She always belittle things.
I'm not belittling you, Val, and you are so out of line right now. I'd appreciate it if you stop. I am simply trying to facilitate the applicant's agent having sufficient information to make revisions, which is an appropriate role of a chair. That's it. If you don't understand that, I am sorry. If you have a problem with that, I am sorry. I am still going to do my job, and I would like to do it without getting agitated before I go home and go to bed, because you have a misunderstanding of what I'm trying to accomplish because you're overlaying your own perception on it. I am not belittling anyone. Our role is to express an opinion as an authority having jurisdiction in a manner that is becoming of the role so that they can make changes, so that they don't come back and then we spend a whole nother 15 minutes talking about the same topic. There's nothing wrong with what I've asked of you. So if you say you're struggling with it, then please articulate what it is you think needs to happen. And I'm not saying specifically you, I'm saying all of us on any topic. State what you believe is appropriate so there's clarity. That's all that's being asked. If I were an applicant's agent, a trellis, there you go, a traditional arborway.
Or just no
traditional
trellis.
gate. We can't be afraid to hurt people's feelings. That's not our role. You want to make a motion, make a motion. But I would appreciate it if we gave the
I'm gonna
applicant
make a
agent
motion just so we can go home.
sufficient
Um,
information.
I'm gonna move to have the applicant look at some revisions. See what he comes up with. He's a creative guy.
I think that's why we're here now at the point we're in.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay.
Hold for revisions.
On Ray's motion, Rick.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Val. Aye. And I'm an aye. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you. Night, night. Do we have minutes?
We do not,
Okay, so I'm gonna move
But-
to conclude.
no, not just yet, just
Oh,
The 11 Nantucket appeal is tomorrow night.
The chair will be
continuation.
speaking and that's it.
Okay, and then, didn't know if you want to say anything about annual town meeting, remember? On Monday, if it goes to Tuesday,
oh.
not have an HDC meeting.
Right.
Next week.
Everything slides.
Yeah, but I'm gonna send out a mass email to those who signed up, but. so.
Okay,
When does that decision need to be made?
well,
Well,
what I,
We'll know I'll post the meeting for the,
Oh,
for the
okay.
5th of
Yeah.
May, and then on May 4th, if
If it's not
if
working
the
out.
moderator is continuing, then I'll have to.
Yep.
cancel it.
yeah,
Okay.
that it'll just automatically.
works.
Yeah.
And everybody be rolled over, but I'm gonna notify everybody that's on the agenda. Tell them that's gonna,
Yeah,
might
no,
possibly happen.
automatically cancels and staff will thankfully notify people. Thank you, Kathy. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Val, Angus, and I. Joe.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.